The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. I want to remind members of a few matters, including some required by the regulations which established the framework for remote committee proceedings. First, I would ask all members to keep themselves muted when they're not being recognized. This will minimize disturbances while members are asking questions of our witnesses. The staff have been instructed not to mute members except where a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members are also reminded that they may only participate in one remote proceeding at a time. If you are participating today, please keep your camera on, and if you choose to attend a different remote proceeding, please turn your camera off. If during the hearing, members wish to be recognized, the chair recommends that members identify themselves by name so as to facilitate the chair's recognition. I would also ask that members be patient as the chair proceeds, given the nature of the online platform the committee is using. With that, I yield myself 5 minutes for an opening statement. Today, this committee convenes for our very first committee hearing of the 117th Congress. This hearing is entitled "More Than a Shot in the Arm, a Need for Additional COVID-19 Stimulus." Our focus today is the urgent need for Congress to provide additional stimulus to address the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Following his decisive victory in the November election, President Biden has a mandate to move upon his agenda and lead the nation out of this crisis. Finally, we have real leadership in the White House to provide a serious and comprehensive response to this virus. From his first day in office, President Biden has been moving efficiently and effectively to right the ship and clean up the mess that his predecessor created. The stimulus package that Congress passed at the end of last year was the very first step and served as an emergency stopgap to help individuals and families in distress. But it was clear then and remains clear now that much, much more relief is needed. President Biden has put forth a sensible and well-designed proposal called the American Rescue Plan to provide $1.9 trillion in essential funding and relief to individuals, families, and communities across the country. The American Rescue Plan provides additional direct stimulus payments, rental assistance, unemployment assistance, and emergency assistance for state, local, and territory governments, as well as other critical relief and measures to respond to the crisis. Leading economists agree that it is critical for Congress to pass another large stimulus package. Federal Reserve Chairman Powell has also noted, and I quote, "Support from fiscal policy will help households and businesses weather the downturn, as well as limit lasting damage to the economy that could otherwise impede recovery," end of quote. According to the IMF, the Biden stimulus plan would boost United States output by 5% over 3 years. Last year, the United States economy shrunk by the largest amount since 1946. Around 1.2 million small businesses closed between February and June of last year, and communities of color continue to be the very hardest hit. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, all job losses in December were jobs held by women, and women of color suffered the most job losses. These are not statistics that warrant a wait and see approach. These realities demand urgent action. They demand the American Rescue Plan. This committee has and will continue to play an essential role in providing much of this relief. The administration needs critical funding to prioritize the development and production of desperately needed medical supplies under the Defense Production Act. Renters need additional assistance, including emergency housing vouchers, to ensure people in rural and suburban and urban communities can remain stably housed. More funding is needed for persons experiencing homelessness who face even greater health risk as a result of the pandemic. We must also address the reality that homeowners across America face a foreclosure crisis if Congress does not step in to support modifications before the pandemic ends. And this committee will also need to come to the aid of businesses and their workers who are barely staying afloat, including small businesses, minority-owned businesses, and sectors hit hard, like the airlines. Finally, with new, more contagious, and potentially more deadly variants of the virus from the UK, Brazil, and South Africa, all having now been detected right here in the United States, we need to mobilize the multilateral system and its institutions, and it is very, very clear. This pandemic cannot be defeated until it is defeated everywhere. And so I look forward to hearing from all of our distinguished panel of witnesses on the need for relief and the proposal the Biden administration has put forward. So I will now recognize Congressman Hill, who will be standing in for our ranking member for an opening statement. Mr. McHenry has an emergency and cannot be with us right now. Mr. Hill, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for convening this hearing today. Let's start with the facts. To date, Congress has provided nearly $3.8 trillion to support the economy. This included direct payments to individuals, assistance for small businesses, rental assistance, support for frontline workers, among many other strategies. This was a tremendous and often bipartisan effort that has provided a bridge for Americans reeling from this dual health and economic crisis. Now, thanks in large part to Operation Warp Speed and Congress's actions, vaccines are being distributed. To be clear, we are not out of the woods yet, but we're on the right path. Today, we're discussing what our economy needs to fully recover. I think the answer is clear. The best way to support the economy now is to reopen it safely. No amount of stimulus can replace open businesses, available jobs, and kids in the classroom. We should continue to be thoughtful and deliberative. I think we can all agree the CARES Act was the right response at the right time. We were all facing an enemy that we knew nothing about. Since then, Congress has come together on 5 separate occasions to support families, individuals, workers, and small businesses. In fact, just at the end of December, just over a month ago, we came together and put an additional nearly $1 trillion in additional relief through the Congress, signed into law. This $900 billion package was money to be spent across our country, has yet to be spent. Just 1 month later, that money has not yet seen its full impact in our economy and for our families. Today, unlike 10 months ago, we have the benefit of real data, and the facts guide us in driving better policy outcomes. Last Tuesday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that despite the surge in positivity rates throughout the summer and fall, states that were open and open safely had better employment rebounds than those states that were locked down. In fact, employment increased in 15 open states. California, in comparison, lost more than 52,000 jobs. Michigan lost more than 64,000 jobs. In my own home state of Arkansas, our unemployment rate fell to 4.2% in December from the peak in May of 10.8%. Our tax revenues are up.
Tell me
What
what
does
she
the
said.
data tell us? It tells us that states can reopen safely.
Did
It
they
tells
hear?
us that if states aren't open, businesses cannot operate. If there are no businesses, there will be no jobs for individuals to come back to. Our focus should be on how best to safely reopen our economy. That means more testing, faster vaccine distribution to keep our communities healthy. It may mean more funding to ensure frontline workers have the supplies they need to stay safe. At the same time, we need to make sure that additional funding will have an impact on Americans who need it the most. There are families and individuals who are hurting from the lockdowns. We should be targeting assistance to get them back into the workforce, not just creating more bureaucracy and throwing money at this critical problem. We should mirror the bipartisan compromise and serious legislating that went into the CARES Act and the other 4 bills that were enacted last year, and not spend time deliberating a partisan, wasteful, not targeted $1.9 trillion stimulus bill. The data is pointing us towards what the economy needs. Now let politics get out of the way and let us get to the work of providing the targeted help we do. Again, let me thank the chair for holding this hearing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, members, and I'm so pleased we have a president with a plan. I want to welcome today's distinguished witnesses to the committee. Clarence Anthony, who is CEO and Executive Director of the National League of Cities. Derrick Johnson, who is President and CEO of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, that is the NAACP. Janet Murguía, who is President and CEO of UnidosUS. Dr. William Spriggs, who is the Chief Economist at the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, that is the AFL-CIO. Dr. Michael Strain, who is an economist at the American Enterprise Institute. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. You should be able to see a timer on your screen that will indicate how much time you have left, and a chime will go off at the end of your time. I would ask you to be mindful of the timer and quickly wrap up your testimony if you hear the chime, so we can be respectful of both the witnesses and the committee members' time. With that, Mr. Anthony, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Congressman Hill and members of the committee. I'm Clarence Anthony. I'm CEO and Executive Director of the National League of Cities and a former mayor of South Bay, Florida for over 24 years. The National League of Cities is nation's foremost resource and nonpartisan advocate for municipal governments and their leaders, representing 19,000 cities, towns, and villages in many of your districts. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of all those governments that have gone above and beyond to overcome the COVID-19 emergency. Local government employees are truly on the front lines enforcing measures that protect residents from catching and spreading COVID-19. Local community and economic development departments are stabilizing households and small businesses harmed by losses from the COVID-19 pandemic. Local elected officials are making painful budget cuts to preserve essential day-to-day operations that sustain cities as economic engines and places of opportunity. Residents are relying more than ever on the safety net programs that local governments are responsible for putting into action. We are grateful for the funding provided in prior emergency relief packages, but the fact remains that local budget revenues are far below normal collections. Municipal governments are alone facing a $90 billion shortfall on one-year revenues. This doesn't include the losses facing counties, states, tribal, or territorial governments. NLC supports the $350 billion for emergency intergovernmental relief. Local leaders in your district will tell you this is not a bailout. Our local communities need a partnership, and we are fighting every day. Labor market data shows that local governments are still cutting jobs to offset revenue losses and unexpected related COVID-19. The December job reports from the Bureau of Labor Statistics say that 32,000 jobs have been cut. Public sector employment is down by more than 1 million jobs compared to February 2020. Emergency funding has provided aid to private sector, to residents harmed by COVID. SBA Treasury programs provided businesses with access to credit. HUD programs provided funding to help homeless residents, rentals, as well as small business. The role of local government in these programs is to connect emergency resources to these in need. And that required drawing up new programs, lifting up our residents by standing through creating operations that help small and minority businesses overcome obstacles. There's no question additional housing stability is important. And NLC, the National League of Cities, has reflected that in our homeward bound programs that focus on job security and health. As a result, however, of these layoff operation decline, many local governments are less able to enact this kind of guidance that they are immediately responsible for after the CARES Act was passed. The new Emergency Rental Assistance Program is a reasonable response to emerging economy-killing eviction cliff. Roughly 1 out of every 5 people are a rental in America. 40 million people are at risk. Local governments are the ones that implement these initiatives. We need support. Local governments are running out of ways to paper over dramatic losses. And even when that happens, declines won't stop the new programs from needing to be implemented. So we are asking that these principles ensure that local governments are connected and engaged in the next bill. 1, emergency funding should be fair and appropriate for each and every local government with no minimum population threshold for eligibility. 2, allocations of aid should be built on familiar and proven government revenue sharing programs, like the Community Development Block Grants. And 3, funding should be separate for states, counties, and municipalities. 4, eligible expenditures should be targeted to the widespread health and economic consequences of COVID-19, including unavoidable revenue shortfall. On Monday, in conclusion, on Monday, CBO warned that unemployment is unlikely. So we're asking for our shot as local governments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Murguía, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for inviting me to testify today. My name is Janet Murguía, and I am the President and CEO of UnidosUS, the largest Hispanic civil rights and advocacy organization in the United States. For more than 50 years, and in partnership with our affiliate network, we have worked to advance opportunities for Latino families across the country so they can achieve economic security and build wealth. Chairwoman Waters, thank you especially for leading this committee's work to address income inequality and racial wealth disparities. As I begin, I would note that inadequate recovery efforts from the last recession, when Latinos lost 66% of their wealth, contributed to the fragile economic status of the Latino community prior to the COVID-19 outbreak. As a result, a pre-pandemic 2020 poll found that most Latinos were already concerned about high housing costs and said they struggled to make ends meet. And social, economic, and health disparities, coupled with systemic barriers to safety net assistance and relief, have disproportionately impacted Latinos and devastated our families. More than 70% of Hispanic workers are essential workers, which is why we are twice as likely to get sick and 3 times as likely to die from COVID-19. Latinos were also deeply impacted by job losses in hard-hit industries like hospitality, including those that didn't allow telework. And Latino small businesses have struggled to stay open. Our polling shows that more than half of Latinos surveyed have lost a job, wages, or businesses due to the pandemic. And these job and earnings losses put Latinos especially at risk of losing their homes to eviction and foreclosure. While the pandemic has placed financial pressure and strain on many Americans, the experience of Latinos in accessing federal relief has been especially difficult since many Hispanic immigrants and mixed status families have been excluded from emergency federal relief and aid. For example, the CARES Act excluded millions of mixed status families, including more than 5 million children and spouses who are either U.S. citizens or green card holders, from stimulus payments. While a partial fix was enacted in December, millions of U.S. children and their families remain blocked from federal relief. The President's American Rescue Plan is a huge improvement. Latino workers and their families will benefit from extended unemployment insurance and housing protections and aid to prevent eviction. The plan's aid to state and local governments will help our local affiliates, community-based organizations, help them serve their hard-hit communities. But it is outrageous and immoral to continue denying aid to families and children in need during a national emergency simply because of their parents' immigration status, especially when they are experiencing hunger and food insecurity. So Congress must include all our neighbors and essential workers in emergency pandemic relief. We then would suggest some additions to the Biden plan, such as ensure that HUD and Treasury assistance reach the hardest hit communities, including mixed status families and immigrant workers. Provide $700 million in support for housing counseling organizations to help homeowners and renters at risk of losing their homes. Expand foreclosure protection, extending aid to all homeowners, and establish a homeowner assistance fund. Set aside a portion of small business aid for impacted minority-owned businesses and use the CRA to ensure the hardest hit communities can access available aid. A true American Rescue Plan is one that ends the cruel exclusion of families and includes everyone in relief. But to truly rebuild our economy better, we must also protect essential workers by finally updating our immigration system and providing a path to citizenship to immigrant workers and their families. We must do this now to stand up for the people who have been standing up for us, including through budget reconciliation if necessary. A real, robust, and lasting economic recovery depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. We're going to go to you now. You are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairwoman Waters, for your leadership, and to Ranking Member McHenry. Thank you for the invitation to testify on this timely, important topic and the needed additional support for COVID-19 relief. I'm excited about your leadership, Chairwoman Waters, in this crucial time, as we look forward to working with you and ensuring that our communities are protected from this unfortunate health crisis. On behalf of the million activists who make up the NAACP from across the country in 47 states and 2,200 units, the NAACP is the nation's oldest civil rights organization this month at 112 years old. Much of what I want to talk about would highlight the needs as we have observed them on the ground across the country. But before I do that, I do want to recognize Representative Ayanna Pressley for helping us in December to highlight the need for student loan indebtedness, to the new chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and member of this committee, Congresswoman Beatty, for using her platform to continue to amplify the call for justice, equity, and equality, and to former CBC Chairman Cleaver, who have been sounding alarm on testing and racial disparities in this moment. And as we look at this current crisis and the stimulus packages, we really want to focus on critical workers. And many of those critical workers are straddled with student indebtedness. In fact, if you look at the student loan crisis, African Americans or Latinos are disproportionately impacted because of many of them are first generation college students. But in total, we are looking at about $1.7 trillion in student loan indebtedness. If we consider discharging much of this, if not all, it can be seen as an economic stimulus. Much of the funds that are being used to pay back these loans could infuse capital back into our economic system and could boost our GDP. In fact, there are tools that's currently in place to provide support for critical workers. Under the Public Service Student Loan Program, where many of our citizens participate in ensuring that our society keep moving. These are government workers, our teachers, and others who have to go to work every day to ensure that we are provided the necessary resources that our tax dollars pay for. Far too many of them are underemployed and over in debt because of the student loan burden. The tools in the toolbox through the automatic discharge after 10 years could be accelerated, and it could be an immediate. We celebrate the forbearance that the new administration just called for, but if we really look close on how to stimulate our economy, this is an effective tool. We have given more away in tax breaks and other stimulus to corporations. In fact, if you look at the ongoing tax breaks that was provided over the last 4 years on top of the stimulus packages for corporations, it more than doubled the amount of student loan indebtedness. It is the right thing to do in this moment of crisis. It is a way to boost our economy, and is a way to ensure that those individuals who are on the front line providing support for us in municipal governments and state governments and our teachers in the classrooms will be cared for in ways in which it could pay dividends for our economy. In Houston, as we begin to look at the eviction crisis, many people had to be on the front line to prevent evictions as a result of some of the deadlines about to expire. We partnered with Baygood, Beyonce's group, and we created a program. And we were overwhelmed with the need of individuals who were on the verge of being evicted. In fact, it was so overwhelming that we had to shut down the program within 48 hours as 37,000 families, over 50,000 applications came in so quick we had to shut the program down. It is clear there's a crisis. This committee can continue to hold business and banks accountable to ensure that in this moment of economic transition, that evictions are stalled and we are able to put our economy right and people can fully participate. And when you look at the vaccine and the disparity in which the vaccines are being deployed, we have to make sure those who are most impacted are provided with the necessary support. This COVID moment has impacted African Americans, where 1 out of 660 Black persons in this country are dying because of COVID, and the vaccine deployment has not been equitable. In the city of New York, we found that high wealth individuals was going to Latino communities to get the vaccines, although the vaccines were placed in their communities for the Latino community to receive. We have to have a better approach of deploying the vaccine.
Thank
And when
you.
we look,
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Your time has expired. And let me
Thank
just
you.
take a moment to thank Mr. Anthony and Ms. Murguía for their very fine testimony. Dr. Spriggs, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Waters. I appreciate your leadership in this opportunity to speak to your committee on the issues of our nation's crisis. I'm happy to offer this testimony on behalf of the AFL-CIO, America's House of Labor, representing the working people of the United States, and based on my expertise as a professor in Howard University's Department of Economics. My testimony today will discuss the immediate challenge our nation faces of a severely damaged labor market and a need to conduct an all-out, coordinated federal, state, and local government fight to tame the COVID virus. We will need to have in place a full fiscal response to coordinate with current monetary policy to ensure our economy can emerge with a robust and sustainable growth path by addressing inequality. That means we need policies to address the damage of the virus to economic activity, ensure an all-out effort to reduce the incidence of the virus, and to regain American leadership globally to heal the global economy as the United States did at the end of World War II. Despite improvement since April 2020, when our nation lost the greatest number of payroll positions since World War II, through December, we are still down 9.8 million payroll positions since February 2020. In March, Congress acted rapidly to pass several key economic supports, but the efficacy of those policies began to show weakening and waning job gains since July, after key provisions like the $600 in additional weekly unemployment compensation phased out. So in December, we were again losing jobs. Today, our labor market is missing almost 1.8 million more jobs from its peak than where we stood at the depth of the Great Recession in September 2010 compared to that labor market's peak in January of 2008. Despite congressional efforts to put substantial sums into the economy in the second quarter of last year to make up for lost jobs, slower business, to help devise a vaccine, in the fourth quarter of last year, the economy grew at a significantly slower rate than the third quarter, and we begin this year with an economy that is smaller than it was in the second quarter of 2018. This is a dire situation. Our situation is complicated because our job losses stem from a failure to control the spread of the virus. Individuals living in high-income areas have drastically reduced their consumption of services, especially personal services, restaurant, brick-and-mortar retail consumption, travel, in response to the prevalence of the virus, not in response to health orders to limit business activity. And this is a vital portion of consumption that is shrinking our economy. To tackle the source of our economy's woes, we need a coordinated effort by the federal government with state and local government partners. But state and local government employment levels are depleting. Through December, we had 373,000 fewer state government workers and a little more than 1 million fewer local government workers. We cannot bring all the public resources to bear on this crucial fight with so many fewer public sector workers. To get ahead of this rapid virus, we need congressional action now, because we failed in December to add the money to collapsing state and local government workforces. It is important to also look at the important things that were missing. We need the $400 in unemployment compensation added back. That was key to what was happening in the third quarter recovery. We need the pandemic relief payments of $1,400 because that was key to what was making the economy expand in the third quarter. And we need to increase the federal minimum wage to ensure that we will have wage growth coming out of this recovery and to ensure racial equity as wages recover. We know that there will be excess monopoly power that will get in the way of restoring wage growth that we need for our economy to recover. We need to have the United States back special drawing rights at the IMF so that all world governments will be our partner in defeating this virus. No one will be safe until all countries can win this war.
Thank you, Dr. Spriggs. Dr. Strain, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony. Dr. Strain, you are now recognized for 5 minutes. Is Dr. Strain unmuted? Dr. Strain,
Chairwoman Waters, can you hear me now?
now I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for the invitation to testify today. Thank you, Congressman Hill and members of the committee. It's an honor to be here. Two ways to assess the need for economic support are top-down and bottom-up. The top-down approach attempts to assess the amount by which the economy is underperforming and determine how much government spending would be required to bring the level of economic activity back to where it should be. More precisely, the quantity of goods and services that could be sustainably produced, given the economy's underlying technology and labor and capital resources, is determined and compared to the economy's actual production. The difference between the economy's underlying potential and actual performance is called the output gap. The size of the output gap can be used to determine the appropriate size of an economic stimulus package. Alternatively, Congress can take a bottom-up approach. This way of crafting economic support would pay less attention to the size of the output gap and more to the specific needs facing the economy. Today, those needs clearly involve increasing the nation's capacity to distribute the vaccine and to test people for COVID-19. Of course, in practice, applying both a top-down and bottom-up approach makes the most sense. But judged by either criteria, President Biden's proposed $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan is too large and too wide in scope. According to my calculations based on CBO data, the 2021 output gap will be around $420 billion. This calculation includes the effects of the $900 billion law Congress passed just 6 weeks ago. The policy debate seems to have all but forgotten that Congress appropriated around $900 billion just a month and a half ago. But factoring that in, the output gap will be around $420 billion for the current year. From a macroeconomic top-down perspective, the president's proposal would fill the 2021 output gap several times. It is commonly argued that the risk from spending too little is larger than the risk from spending too much. I agree, but this is not the same as arguing that the size of an additional stimulus package should be untethered to estimates of the underlying economic need. Any assessment of the right size for another stimulus should start with a good estimate of the output gap. And given the calculating that gap and the balance of risks, it's prudent to err on the side of a slightly larger package. The future paths of gross domestic product, the output gap, and consumer prices are very uncertain. Congress should recognize the many risks from spending too much and little. From this macroeconomic perspective, the president's $1.9 trillion proposal is clearly too large. While the proposal contains several important components that Congress should enact, from a bottom-up microeconomic perspective, many major components of the plan are either unnecessary or would hold the recovery back. For example, direct checks to households earning six-figure incomes that have not experienced employment loss are an unnecessary and imprudent use of government spending. The proposed $400 federal supplement through September to standard state-provided unemployment insurance benefits would prolong the period of labor market weakness by incentivizing unemployed workers to remain unemployed. Raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour workers in many states. As a moral proposition, a bill that would destroy jobs for low-wage workers while handing out checks to employed upper middle-class households is deeply problematic. A bill that was more focused and that did not contain these harmful or unnecessary provisions would also be more aligned with the overall macroeconomic need and would better address our specific economic challenges. A bill that provided adequate funding for vaccine distribution, strengthened the social safety net, and provided needed relief to state and local governments would be reasonable and advisable. It would cost under $750 billion, would be focused on current economic and social needs of the output gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Strain. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. This is the first week of Black History Month. While there's so much to celebrate and honor, We know that this pandemic has taken a particular toll on both renters and homeowners of color. According to the latest census data, renters and homeowners of color are significantly more likely to be behind on paying their rent or mortgage, putting them at greater risk of eviction and foreclosure. Before the start of the CDC's eviction order, researchers estimated that up to 40 million renters could face eviction. More recently, Moody's Analytics estimated that renters owe more than $57 billion in back rent, utilities, and additional fees. In the second quarter of 2020, mortgage arrears totaled an estimated $16.3 billion. Since the pandemic began, it has been my top priority to ensure families remain in their homes. And last year, I successfully sought to secure $25 billion in emergency rental assistance. But as I've said, that was just the first step. And there's much more work to be done, and now is the time to do it. Mr. Spriggs, without taking further action to protect renters and homeowners, we could see a wave of foreclosures and evictions in 2021. Can you tell us, based on your research, how such a wave of evictions and foreclosures would impact the American economy, both in the short term and the long term? Mr. Spriggs.
Thank you, Chair Waters. So yes, this is a vital problem to address, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. It will complicate things, which is why we have the urgency of acting now. People, as you mentioned, are in arrears. The moratorium only means they won't be evicted now. And the $600 that they received at the beginning of January has already been spent because they got behind from the period of July through December when Congress refused to respond to the HEROES Act that the House passed thanks to your leadership. Those dollars are gone. Those households are in desperate need of assistance and rental assistance so that when we get out of this situation, they will be able to stay in their homes. If we allow people to become homeless, we will have scarring that we cannot solve. It will be more expensive. This is not the time to be penny wise and pound foolish because people are already behind. And that's why we must do this now. We don't have months to wait. We already know their situation. We need to act now.
Mr. Johnson and Ms. Murguía, can you tell us about the current housing instability that Black and Latinx communities are experiencing across the country and how it compounds existing socioeconomic inequities? How can resources like emergency rental assistance or housing vouchers help stabilize the hardest hit communities? Thank you.
Sure. NAACP, we tried to provide some support, and we opened up a portal to help home renters. Within 48 hours, our system crashed because we had over 37,000 people to apply immediately. That's on top of the many workers, particularly in the southern states, who are underpaid, who work in critical areas, and they are lacking the necessary support in addition to the exposure that they are bringing home to their families in this COVID moment. Your actions and your efforts can help support those families to become sturdy in this moment as we rebuild our economy. Many southern states underpaid their their state and local workers, including teachers. A lot of these teachers are home renters. So we're asking teachers under economic stress and duress to teach our young people for a future when they cannot be in a comfortable position in this present. Your assistance is desperately needed in this moment.
Thank you very much. My time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Hill for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank our witnesses for the really useful information. Something that's so important to Congress, particularly for Republicans, is assessing after nearly $4 trillion in appropriated funds, plus the strong support of the Federal Reserve System during 2020, how much more targeted relief and directed where is our challenge. So, Dr. Strain, I really appreciated you sort of assessing that output gap issue. When you look at the underlying potential and you look at the actual performance and you find that gap, based on CBO, something that the Congress studies quite closely, long-term economic analysis that was released on Monday, is there an appropriate spectrum of stimulus that Congress should consider? In other words, is President Biden's proposal of 1.9 trillion right, or should it be something smaller? Reiterate that point. Let me give you a minute to talk about that. You may be on mute, Dr. Strain.
Thank you, Congressman. I apologize for that. It's really an excellent question. The policy debate seems to have forgotten that Congress just appropriated $900 billion 6 weeks ago. And that money hasn't fully been spent. It's still making its way through the system, and it's going to have a big impact on the economy. That is a larger appropriation than Congress appropriated following the Great Recession that began with the 2008 financial crisis. There is a risk of Congress appropriating more money than the economy needs and pushing the economy above its sustainable level of production. This risk is amplified by significant growth in the money supply. It's amplified by supply chain disruptions. It's amplified by diminishments in the productive capacity of the economy. It's amplified by the fact that households are sitting on over $1 trillion of unspent savings. And it's amplified by the possibility that when the vaccines are in wide distribution in the second half of the year, that households are going to go on a spending spree. Congress is correct, I think, to be thinking about the economic need, but that need needs to be that need needs to be scaled to reflect both the risks of doing too little and the risks of doing too much. And there are real risks of doing too much.
Well, thank you. That's something we talked about in the Congressional Oversight Commission of the CARES Act with the Federal Reserve and the Treasury, precisely that, particularly as it relates to state and local governments, because we don't always count that a great deal of that $4 trillion in appropriated money goes to support our state and local government activities. Thank you for that. I want to switch subjects briefly, and there's been reference to the minimum wage here. I wonder if you agree with former economic advisor to President Clinton and President Obama, Larry Summers, when he thinks that more EIP is not in the best use of the economic stimulus at this time. He even cites it's not effective. And you just referenced that there's $1 trillion out there in additional unspent savings. Can you address that for me?
Yes, I think that that almost any use of $500 billion would be better than giving checks to households who earn six-figure incomes and who haven't suffered any employment loss. More than that, I think a bill that both would increase the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour and that gives checks to households who earn six-figure incomes and haven't experienced any employment loss, really has some moral problems as well. The president's plan would destroy low-wage jobs while boosting middle-class incomes. I think that is not what Congress should be doing, particularly in a period of labor market weakness.
Thank you, Dr. Strain. Well, let me say that all this combined, this work is over 20% of GDP, which is a tremendous amount of stimulus. Mr. Spriggs referenced the support for our poor, struggling countries in the world facing the pandemic and referenced the use of special drawing rights from the International Monetary Fund. Madam Chair, I'd like to submit my op-ed in the Wall Street Journal for the record, with your permission.
Without objection, such is the order, and the gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll move on. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I pointed out in the Democratic caucus, Madam Chair, you preside as full committee chair over a committee today of full committee chairs. I will be the only one out of the first 6 Democratic questioners who does not preside over, of course, our Financial Services Committee, Oversight and Reform, Small Business, Foreign Affairs, or Agriculture. Madam Chair, I thank you for mentioning that we are not safe until we defeat this disease everywhere. There are those who are focusing only, and we should focus on vaccinating all Americans. But until all 7 billion plus people in the world are vaccinated, we haven't met our moral responsibility. The world economy is still suffering from this disease. But perhaps most importantly, there are billions and billions of people outside the US that can be infected. That's where the disease will replicate. Whenever it replicates, it mutates. And some of those mutations can lead to more virulence, a more contagious disease, and perhaps worst of all, a version of this disease that cannot be dealt with by the vaccines we've developed. Speaking of vaccines, we did a great job in this country of developing 3 vaccines, but we initially were throwing away Pfizer vaccines after 5 dosages came out of the bottle that held almost 7 dosages. We'd throw it away due to the FDA. Now we are still throwing away vaccine when we could get half a dose out of one bottle and half out of another. We are manufacturing the vaccine as quickly as we can in the factories of the company that invented it, but no company has licensed one of its competitors to create vaccine in their own factory. We have just begun testing lower dosages to see their effectiveness, although the bulk of available medical science shows that much lower dosages would be effective, particularly in those under age 55. We've started those studies 8 months late. I want to thank Mr. Anthony for being here and pointing out that our municipalities are losing $90 billion in revenue, that we've lost a million public sector jobs. And I know there's a study from the Economic Policy Institute that estimates that by the end of this year, we could be losing 5.3 million public sector jobs. Now, that's of course a problem for the person who loses their job. It's bad for the economy and that those people aren't able to spend. But I want to focus on the services we lose when we don't have those people working for us. Looking at Los Angeles as one municipality, it spends roughly 1/3 of the money, over 1/3 on public safety. So using that as an example, we're looking at $30 billion less spent for public safety. So my question, Mr. Anthony, is if someone in Congress votes against providing revenue to municipalities, are they in effect voting to defund our police? Because obviously any city that spends a third of its money on public safety, and my city does, and most cities do, is going to have to make cuts in all of its functions. And if those cuts are pro rata, we're looking at a $30 billion defunding of our police. So is that the real practical effect of voting against this bill?
Congressman, thank you so much for that question. You know, local governments have to balance their budget. And as Congressman Cleaver, a former mayor, knows very well, we will have to look at all of our programs, including our permitting process, our housing programs. And in fact, we will have to look at our public safety, fire and police, if we don't get additional funding, because it is essential that we balance our budget. We're not like other levels of government. So we will have to look at that. And I believe that would probably be a difficult thing for us to do, but we would have to look at all programs.
I would hope that those who vote against this bill will go to the floor and say that they are in favor of defunding those municipal services, and that they stand by the vote to defund. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I thank our witnesses for being with us today. I'm going to get straight to it, and I have like folks to keep their answers brief as possible. Dr. Strain, early March economic data directly pointed to the need for congressional action to support the economy. And by the end of the summer, our economy had stabilized, but small businesses and their hardworking employees needed additional support as they continued to face lockdown measures. Congress acted and provided approximately $3.5 trillion in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in the late fall, economic data indicated a downward trend. So in December, Congress again acted to provide relief. Today, I am still hearing daily from my constituents who have yet to receive their stimulus checks or who have been unable to apply for the next round of PPP or EIDL loans. If my constituents haven't even gotten access yet to the funds we provided in December, the nearly $1 trillion, 900 billion, how can we expect that useful economic data exists about whether or not another new round of relief funding is even required? Dr. Strain, do you agree that Congress should rely on quality economic data to identify the weak points in fiscal relief efforts? Dr. Strain.
Yes, of course. And I apologize to the committee. I'm having some trouble muting and unmuting myself. I'm not sure what's happening. I agree with that. And I think that there have been some problems in getting CARES Act funds to the households and businesses who need them. The overwhelming majority of the time, those processes work, but there are times when they haven't. And we do know that households have received checks. We know that unemployed workers have received unemployment benefits. We know that businesses have received PPP funds, but those processes haven't been perfect. I agree.
Yeah, but the problem here is we're not really getting quality economic data to identify, I think, the weak points in our fiscal relief efforts. Other witnesses today have focused on the positive impacts of further economic relief, but data shows that there can be negative outcomes as well from excessive and mostly untargeted stimulus spending. Can you please address what specific negative economic impacts may occur should too much untargeted stimulus be placed into the economy, Dr. Strain?
Well, there's a risk of the economy overheating. There's a risk of the economy. There's a risk of economic demand outpacing growth in economic supply, which can lead to price inflation. That risk, I think, is much more concerning in the second half of this year when people are vaccinated and they're out there spending money.
The Ben Wharton budget model yesterday released a study estimating that nearly three quarters of economic stimulus checks will go toward savings and will not be used to stimulate the economy. Are you able to quickly address this study and its results?
Yeah, as a general matter, I think the evidence suggests that if you look at households with income above, say $75,000, they save the overwhelming majority of the checks they receive. And that savings, is kind of a double-edged sword because it reduces concern about economic overheating. But it amplifies concern about Congress prudently spending money. There is just no reason, in my view, for Congress to write checks to six-figure households who haven't suffered any employment loss so they can pay down credit card bills or make advance payments on other debts.
Well, it's certainly not stimulating the economy. And I want to make the point clear and reiterate again that currently there is more than $1 trillion of previously enacted stimulus funding remaining to be spent. These remaining funds include SBA's PPP program, $280 million, health spending, $239 billion, EIDL loans, $172 billion, unemployment insurance expansion, $172 billion, education funding, $59 billion, state and local aid, $58 billion, stimulus checks, $52 billion, food stamps, $33 billion, child care and development block grants, $10 billion, agriculture, $29 billion. You know, should Congress be pausing to see where more targeted support is needed before passing another large stimulus package? That is my main concern here. I believe I'm out of time, and I shall yield back.
Yes, the gentlewoman's time has expired. Next, we'll have the gentleman from New York and Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Meeks, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all of the witnesses for your testimony today. I'm gonna start out with Mr. Anthony. You know, I heard Mr. Hill stated initially that we faced an enemy we knew nothing about in the beginning. And I know that a state like my state of New York was one of the hardest states hit first. And it seemed to me at that particular point, the then president of the United States basically underplayed what should and what could be done at that particular time, as well as aids to states, I know to New York and to states that were initially hit. So my question is that if you had a state like New York who were hit at a time when no one knew what the pandemic was and how to deal with it, the states had to take that burden themselves. So can you speak to the budgetary needs of the first hit states that now need this money as far as aid to cities and states, and what as far as them being able to benefit from already, and other states learning from them, and the practices that they had to undergo, being one of those first states and early states hit.
Yes, thank you very much, Congressman Meeks, for that question. You know, all of us have indicated that this is a pandemic that none of us was prepared for. And so that when we received the CARES Act, as Congress knows, those first dollars went to states and cities of population 500,000 or more. And what local governments under $500,000 had to do was to go begging state governors and others for those dollars to address the problems that we were facing in terms of the implementation of the response. Cities, the mayors, the council members, rural cities, small, large cities, as you said, Congressman Meek, as well as states, had to put an infrastructure system together. We did, but yet we spent money at the city level that we did not have to respond to the needs. And now we are $90 billion estimated that we have lost, plus all of the employees, 32,000 up to 1 million employees we've had to lose because we don't have the reserves. We don't have the budget dollars. So we're just asking that $350 billion be provided to state and local to continue helping America return to creativity and jobs and recovery. So that's the bottom line. We weren't prepared. Nobody, America wasn't prepared, but we want some additional dollars.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Spriggs, Many economists have argued that our recovery from the 2008 financial crisis was so slow and drawn out because we did too little with respect to economic stimulus. Accordingly, certain communities were disproportionately impacted and lost wealth unnecessarily. So in your opinion, what's riskier, doing too little by way of stimulus or doing too much?
It's far riskier in this situation that we do too little. We must think big. The fear of inflation that we heard about, that will occur if we don't do enough. Because if we don't keep workers intact and whole so that their employers can find them, if we let workers become homeless, it will be harder to reconnect workers and reignite the economy. We have to take care of the workers who are most directly impacted now with adequate support for their rent, adequate support for their income, adequate support for those who fall through the cracks because our unemployment insurance needs drastic modernization. So my fear is not that we're going to do too much. It's that we will do too little, and the outcome will be it will be too difficult to put our labor market back together.
Thank you so much. I see I'm about out of time, so I'll yield back my 5 seconds.
Thank you so very much, Chairman Meeks. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member. It's good to be back here on the Financial Services Committee again in this new Congress. And thank you for holding this hearing today. The events of last year have been like nothing we've ever experienced in our lifetimes. The pandemic has brought intolerable suffering and lasting economic harm. In this time of pain, so many Americans, Congress has, to help so many Americans, Congress has enacted over $3.5 trillion in relief for our people who, through no fault of their own, faced unemployment, shutdowns, inability to pay rent, put food on the table, and hold their businesses together. I know all members have worked very hard to help the people access COVID relief programs, and I'm proud of being able to help my constituents do that. But as I've said, we've spent $3.5 trillion on COVID relief since last spring. During the fiscal year 2020, our deficit was $3.1 trillion. Since October 2019, the federal debt has been held by the Federal Reserve has grown from $2.4 trillion to nearly $4.9 trillion by the end of the third quarter of last year. That means that during this period, the Fed monetized about $2.5 trillion of added debt spending. We've been financing up to 2/3 of our debt by running printing presses. Since new relief spending will come at the expense of borrowing money from the Fed, I support proposals to moderate the next round and target such spending to families and workers who need it. Can you hear me with this bleed over from the security or the Adams building being evacuated? I'm particularly concerned about initiatives to provide extraordinary assistance to state and local governments. And I'd like to ask Dr. Strain if it would be fair to replace COVID-19 related revenue losses of all the states dollar for dollar. You know, wouldn't it be unfair to the states that have a more disciplined approach to government and its size?
Thank you, Congressman. I think that it is appropriate for Congress to help state and local governments with revenue losses, but those that help should be tied to pandemic-related revenue losses. So Congress should not bail out states that misuse rainy day funds. Congress certainly shouldn't bail out mismanaged pension funds. I think that an amount, close to $100 billion would be appropriate for Congress to give to states and localities, many of whom really are in need. My concern is that not doing so will act as a drag on the national economic recovery because states and localities won't be able to hire back workers they've laid off.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that answer. I'm just wondering, how do you think particularly we should go about determining the amount of the distribution?
A formula could be created that looked at where state revenues were on the eve of the pandemic and that attempted to estimate, how states were actually fared relative to reasonable projections that again focused on pandemic losses. Some states wouldn't need much money at all. Some states have seen sales taxes recover, have good income tax revenue, but there are some states, particularly states that rely a lot on tourism or on that rely more heavily on in-person services that have taken a big hit as a consequence of the pandemic. And I think it's appropriate for Congress to help, if for no other reason than to support the overall national recovery.
I agree, and I thank you for that. What do you think the major items should be, and how should we estimate them? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, Congress has already appropriated several $100 billion to states and localities. Much of that funding is for specific programs, for example, for the Medicaid program. I think what's needed now is to give states more discretion so that they can fill in the holes that are unique to their states and localities.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia and the chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair Lady. It's a great hearing here. Let me just sort of get right to the point here. Early on, Chair Lady Waters had asked me to kind of zero in on helping with the HEROES Act and the preceding stimuluses packages on the housing relief for homeowners. And so we put a package together that would get, I think initially, I forgot the figure now, but right now that figure is at $25 billion for rental assistance. We started out with some higher numbers. We also wanted to get money in to help with utilities. So right now it's $5 billion to help keep the water and the light and electricity on. But then when we got down to the mortgage assistance, we are still in a process of trying to get that in. So, Mr. Anthony, I want you to comment on how important it is. And we got to also understand one of the reasons Ms. Waters and I were back during the time, and I think it was 2008 when they had the Wall Street breakdown. And we put the hardest hit program together, which dealt with keeping folks in their homes. This is critical, but right now we don't have anything there. I wanted to share with the committee what the progress is on that right now. Our House Financial Services Committee, the Senate Banking Committee, and the White House right now are trying to get language in. So I wanted to get your opinion, Mr. Anthony, because even with some of the money that we have gotten in this area, even back in 2008, 2010, it went to the state to be able to implement it down to the cities to get that help. But I got inundated with calls and still am because there's a failure of the state working effectively with our cities in terms of getting the money to our cities. And as I understand it, part of that money was even left on the table because there was a deadline put on that money because of the population thresholds. Only 3 governmental units in Georgia was able to get that money, Cobb and Fulton County and the city of Atlanta, because of that population threshold. So my point is, give us an update on how tragic this is to get money down to get to the cities and towns. I represent 48 cities and towns, and we're having difficulty in getting that. Can you tell us what we need to do to correct that problem and make sure we're getting that money out to our cities and municipalities?
Yes, thank you very much, Congressman Scott, for that question. The issue was that the dollars again went to cities of 500,000 or more population, and it was very challenging to get through the bureaucracy of working to get it down to the people from the state, and then to the county, and then to those cities. And some of these cities, in some states, for example, Iowa had no cities that qualified for direct funding. And then there are other states that may have had one. South Carolina had one city, Columbia, South Carolina. And we had other states, again, may have had two. But the issue is these cities, small, medium-sized cities, can in fact use the Community Development Block Grant formula to get direct funding to these cities so that they can get it out and solve some of these issues. You know, the rental assistance program had like 40 million people right now that are on the brink of eviction. So I'll stop there, Congressman.
Yeah, thank you very much. In my remaining seconds, I want everybody to know also that we have a food shortage. We have a hunger problem here. And as chairman of the Agriculture Committee, I want you to know that we're going to be in a bit of a fight because we want to raise the SNAP allocation to 20%, 15 to 20%. I feel very strongly we're going to need that, and just hope everybody's ready to fight that battle. We'll be having a hearing on it, on food insecurity in about, 3 weeks?
The gentleman's time has expired.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And sorry if I'm going over a little territory here with Dr. Strain, but I want to just make sure that we're covering this. Dr. Strain, what do you believe the actions that we need to take here could best provide a boost to the economy? Is it direct payments? Is it additional unemployment insurance? Is it ultra low interest rates, which we're seeing? What is it that would actually provide the biggest boost?
Thank you, Congressman. I think the direct payments would be a mistake and an imprudent use of government spending. The unemployment benefits the president is proposing actually would hold the recovery back by keeping people unemployed for longer. The $15 an hour minimum wage would significantly reduce employment opportunities. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that it would reduce employment by over 1 million jobs for low-wage workers. The best things that Congress can do, in my view, are to make sure that we can actually get vaccines into people's arms, to make sure we can test people for COVID-19, to make sure that households that really are in need, vulnerable households that really are suffering, can get the help they need. Not households with six-figure incomes who haven't had any employment loss. And I think that it would be appropriate for Congress to help states and municipalities to the tune of around $100 billion.
How would you do that for those families? How would you determine those families that do need that economic help and support, that safety net? Because I tend to agree with you. I think there's a number of families that are doing just fine, who are going to be receiving these payments.
Well, we could use the mechanisms that we already have in place to help low-income families. The food stamp program is very well targeted. The earned income tax credit is very well targeted on low-income households. Making the child tax credit fully refundable for 2021, I think would be perfectly appropriate. So the existing programs we have that target low-income households, I think, can be utilized in this instance.
Okay, you brought up the unemployment insurance situation, and Dr. Spriggs from AFL-CIO, at the last time he appeared here, I brought up the $600 payment, that federal kicker that was brought up. He had made the claim, 3 claims, kind of spaced out. One, that that was the only way that people were able to pay their bills at that time. May or may not be true. He then moved on to the fact that, and said that, I believe the term he used was, this was about racial inequality or inequity that had been present in the economic system that we were dealing with. And then the third thing that he said was that employers, and this is the word he used, refused to keep their employees safe in work conditions. And so, Dr. Sprague, I'm just curious, do you stand by those statements now, a number of months later?
I don't stand by your characterization of my words, but I stand by my words and I put them in testimony again.
Well, I'm
It's
not
still
sure.
the case that because of the racial wealth gap, that Black and Latino households have no liquidity. And in a situation where they lose jobs, if you give them
Reclaiming my
unemployment
time.
insurance, they will rapidly try and gather up precautionary savings, and the
Adam,
$600 is still
Adam,
necessary to
you need
make
to
up for that inequality.
reclaiming my time. So do you stand by the fact that employers refuse to keep their employees safe in the workspace?
My statement didn't say that. It said that they were not safe. My statement said that they were not safe, and the evidence is clear. I provided in my written testimony the disparities that are going on for low-income workers,
Time belongs to
specifically
the
in
gentleman.
California,
Mr.
documenting
Spriggs,
how
the time
workers are
belongs
dying
to
of
A point of order, please, Madam Chairwoman. A
Mr.
point of order,
Huizinga.
please.
Yes, the time belongs to Mr. Huizinga. Please continue, Mr. Huizinga.
Can we put 10 seconds more back on the clock, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can. We will. No problem.
I mean, Madam Chair, that was the word that he used, refused. So he may or may not stand by those statements. What I'm curious, if the $600 a month wasn't enough, the AFL-CIO supported the last package, my understanding, that had $300 through the end of March. It's now going to be $400 if the Democrats move ahead with the Biden-only plan through the end of the year. And I'm curious, if $600 wasn't enough a number of months ago, how in the world could the AFL-CIO support something that's less than that now? It seems to me that it's politics. So, Dr. Spriggs, I don't know if you care to respond. No, I will give you the time.
Thank you. The time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I greatly appreciate your opening comments because I'd like to associate myself with them. This issue of rental assistance is something that is of paramount importance. We have circumstances wherein persons who are about to be evicted are about to be evicted from properties that are owned by mom and pops. People who don't necessarily have a mortgage, but they need the income to sustain themselves. The rent must be paid. The best way to deal with these issues associated with eviction would be for the rent to be paid. It obviously benefits the tenant because the tenant maintains a home, but it also benefits those mom and pop landlords who need this income to sustain themselves. The rent must be paid. The $25 billion that we have proposed that's in this package is another down payment. It's a continuation of what must be done. I don't know what the duration of the pandemic will be, but the duration of the suffering is still at the level it was previously, notwithstanding our efforts to help, because as has been indicated today, some 40 million may be on the brink of eviction. Nobody knows what the real number is. I've heard numbers higher and I've seen some lower. But the point is, people are on the edge. They're living on the margins, and we must pay the rent. Having said this, I do want to concern myself now with the $1.4 trillion plus package for tax cuts in 2017. $1.4 trillion went to some of the wealthiest people in this country. There were no hues and cries about we're paying them too much, they're getting too much money in their pockets. They were not suffering, their rent was paid, there was no pandemic, their car notes were paid. They were not persons who needed to have some infusion of cash for some specific reason. We never heard from people who were complaining about this from the other side. My dear friends, if there's a moral question about someone who's getting a six-figure income, and we're talking about maybe $150,000 for a family too, where is the moral issue associated with putting millions upon millions in the pockets of persons who are wealthy, who did not express a need for it? In fact, many of them said, don't do this. I don't need the money. Many of them did, but we did it notwithstanding their hues and cries. So I just believe that at some point we have to understand that people who are among the working class, in the working class, it is not a sin for people in the working class to get help, because it wasn't a sin by some standards for people who are in the upper class to get help. So Mr. Strain, my question to you is this. What was your position on the wealthy class, the healthy class? What was your position when they were getting these tax breaks in the millions?
Thank you, Congressman. My position on the 2017 tax law is that the corporate provisions, I think, were very good. I have some issues with the individual side provisions. So I don't think
I've been doing some research and I haven't been able to read where you expressed those concerns. Do you have a white paper that you've written that expressed those concerns?
I believe that I expressed those concerns in opinion commentary and in media interviews, certainly behind the scenes as well. I don't think I'm the full
behind the scenes, but a lot of what we have to do to have an impact has to be open and notorious. You're here openly and notoriously expressing your concerns about the morality associated with working class people getting some help. I didn't see that in my research openly and notoriously for the wealthy class. And with reference to the tax cuts to the corporations, do you believe that corporations should have received those tax cuts and still keep those tax cuts?
Congressman, I reject your characterization. I reject your characterization of reducing tax rates as giving a handout to anyone.
My time has expired.
I also reject your characterization of my views.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Stivers, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you holding this hearing. The most important issue facing us, Madam Chair, as you know, is recovering our economy and moving past COVID-19 and getting our kids back in schools, getting our businesses open, setting the conditions to make that happen to us, have sustainable growth in the future, and to mitigate the suffering in the meantime. So I'm curious, Dr. Strain, do you think opening the economy is the best long-term solution toward our economic growth?
Thank you, Congressman. I think there's really no question about that. Once we get the virus under control, once we get people vaccinated, there is every reason to believe the economy will bounce back
Okay, I want to find out.
very strongly.
I'd like to ask, and I only have a short amount of time, I'd like to ask now Mr. Anthony, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Murguía, and Mr. Spriggs, do you all support vaccinations? One at a time, quickly. Yes or no?
I personally, Clarence Anthony, I personally support it and I educate people to take it, but it's their decision,
I
especially in
understand
the
that.
Black
I'm not asking about mandatory vaccines. I'm asking if you personally support vaccinations. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Janet. Mr.
Yes.
Spriggs?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And I understand, and I do not want to, I want to be clear. I'm not for mandatory vaccinations for people that have religious or personal problems with it. I also, but I want to educate, and I think vaccinations are the fastest way forward. By the way, I did put forward an idea last week that a couple weeks ago that I've since walked away from, tying the stimulus payments to the vaccinations. But I would like to talk to Mr. Johnson about vaccinations. I read a front page story in the Columbus Dispatch that in Ohio, the vaccination rates among minority communities were lower than majority communities. Is there something we should be doing in this bill to help support vaccinations, whether it's a PR campaign? Again, I'm not for mandatory vaccinations, but is there something we can do? Is it a distribution issue? Have you dug into that issue, Mr. Johnson, about what's going on? Is that an anomaly in Ohio, or is that happening around the country? And is there something we need to do? Because I believe vaccinations are one of the fastest ways to open the economy.
Well, first of all, that is the reality across the country. It is a trend we have seen that African-American communities have been disproportionately left out of the vaccination opportunities. In this bill, we should prioritize those communities who have been hit hardest first to ensure that many of those individuals who are critical workers are provided the support. Secondly, in this bill, there should be a robust communications plan investing in African-American owned media, Latino owned media to talk to targeted communities, and Native American owned media to talk to targeted communities to ensure the proper education are provided.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. We need a partnership with really trusted organizations like the NAACP, Mr. Johnson, as we pursue this. I have seen some conspiracy theories on social media about Hank Aaron's death that don't appear to be based in fact. And, I'd like to make sure that we address some of those issues too, because, while it is true that Mr. Aaron got the vaccination and passed away, that I don't believe, and doctors that I've seen interviewed have said there seems to be no correlation between the vaccination and him later dying. So is that an issue in the minority community, Mr.
Well,
Johnson?
there are some historical questions that many would like answered, but that's the part of the education that must take place. We stand ready to partner with you or the committee or anyone in general to ensure people are educated around their options, which is most crucial. And in doing so, we could find ourselves getting out of this pandemic much quicker if we target impacted communities.
Are we doing enough with testing? Are African Americans represented enough in the FDA's tests? Is that an issue, Mr. Johnson?
There's a huge disparity in clinical trials in terms of the demographics of African Americans and Latinos. So we must increase that as well.
I'd like to work.
The gentleman's time is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm committed to working with everybody on those issues. Thank you.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm so glad you have Mayor Anthony with us today. We were mayors back in the day. He started a little earlier. He was mayor at the age, I think, in his 20s. But I'd like to talk with him and Ms. Murguía. Mayor Anthony, we have a problem in Congress that you can recognize perhaps better than most, and that is that the federal government leans toward governors because most of the people who come from other divisions, they come from state legislatures, state senates, and there are only a few of us who were mayors. And so we tend to do dumb things like, that the first CARES Act only wanted to give direct grants to cities populated over 500,000. We did fix that, however. But the other thing, it might be important for people to remember that 27 states in our union that don't have any cities over 500,000. But the one thing I want to find out from you, Mr. Mayor, is that there seems to be this resistance, particularly on the Republican side, of giving money to cities and states in our package. What would you say to them, or what can you say to them right now in terms of that need and what happens if you don't do it?
Thank you, Mayor, Congressman Cleaver, for that opportunity to respond. What we're seeing again is a loss of jobs and loss of ability to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic that exists specifically in the neighborhoods and the communities of rural, small, as well as urban communities. And I think that the misnomer here is that we're looking for a bailout. What we're saying is if we're going to get back on track in America, we must give some support to the level of government directly to respond and to create the jobs and to be able to help the small business and minority-owned business, help those that have been left behind. So that's the bottom line here. We've been looked over the last bill because we did not get direct dollars. I'm just asking that we get a partnership with those mayors and council members of all size towns and villages to get them the dollars, Congressman.
Amen. Ms. Murguía, I'm not going to mention that you're from Kansas City, so I don't think that, I'm not trying to rub that in on people, but what I would like for you to address is that Black and brown people end up being disproportionately on the front line of what we holding the country together, except when it comes to things. I mean, we're down the back line, receiving the vaccines, but even before that, there has been always this resistance about increasing the minimum wage. Has your organization taken a position yet on the minimum wage, which we do have in this package?
Forever, and thank you, Congressman, for your leadership. We absolutely strongly support a $15 increase in the minimum wage. We understand that an unfair minimum wage disproportionately affects people of color, including Latinos and African Americans, many who are often concentrated in low-wage jobs with, for us, for instance, 34% of Latinos earning below poverty level wages. And we know also that Congress has not raised the federal minimum wage, in quite some time. I think currently at $7.25 an hour since 2009. So for us, we absolutely understand how increasing that minimum wage can help provide needed economic supports for these communities that have been disproportionately impacted, not just by the pandemic, as I highlighted in my testimony, but even in pre-pandemic times, we had seen significant challenges in terms of income inequality and those underlying conditions that are systemic that have kept our communities from being full participants in the economy. So we absolutely believe that minimum wage has to be part of a robust recovery, and we support it. And I'll just build quickly, the states and localities, part of that ecosystem, as you know, Mr. Mayor, Congressman, is the ecosystem of community-based organizations that are key links to communities of color for services. And so Guadalupe Center or Mattie Rhodes or El Centro, those are all key to providing important services in this particular time and need that funding as well.
Well,
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is recognized for 5 minutes.
you, Madam Chair. And for all of the Americans who are watching this hearing online or on television, I want to be clear-eyed about what the Biden administration and my Democrat friends are doing this week. This week, Democrats are using a budget procedure originally designed to cut spending to pave the way for a massive spending spree that with interest will add over $2 trillion to the national debt, despite the immediate availability of over $1 trillion in unspent funds from the CARES Act and a $900 billion relief bill passed less than 2 months ago. That stands repeating. Over $1 trillion in unspent funds are immediately available for the American people. I would hope that all of us on a bipartisan basis would focus on actually deploying those funds before we rushed to saddle the future generations of Americans with an additional $2 trillion in debt. But one thing we absolutely must do is do no harm. And I want to explore this minimum wage hike that's included in this bill, because at a time when so many workers, and especially low-wage workers, minority workers that Ms. Murguía was just talking about, are struggling, one thing we absolutely should not do is force those workers to lose their only source of income. And Congress went to great lengths through the PPP to ensure small businesses could keep their employees on the payroll. Yet this proposal from President Biden and congressional Democrats to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 per hour without any adjustment based on regional differences in cost of living would compromise those efforts. According to the CBO, 1.3 million low-income workers will lose their jobs because of this misguided proposal. And I have spoken, and I want my friends, my Democrat friends who support this policy, who are well-intentioned, who want to help low-income workers, and I share their goal. I want them to hear what I was told by my local restaurateurs. And they're probably telling you the same thing. A sector of the economy that has been devastated by this pandemic. And I've talked to big restaurateurs with 1,800 employees across all of their restaurants. And then in some cases, a small restaurateur owns 2 restaurants in a very low wage, low cost of living county, Estill County in my district. And they said it would be catastrophic. Those 2 restaurants would close as a result of this because of the low cost of living. Those 40 employees would lose their jobs. And the large restaurateur told me in Lexington, Kentucky, he told me that because of this policy, his business would lose 70% of their profits, and the result would be quote unquote carnage for the tipped employees in his business. So, Dr. Strain, what would be the impact on low-income workers, especially those in the distressed restaurant sector, with this across-the-board hike in the federal minimum wage that would destroy jobs?
Thank you, Congressman. Your characterization is correct. I think CBO's estimate of 1.3 million is actually on the low side. There are 3 states where the median wage is below $16.50, where half of all workers earn less than $16.50. There are 24 states where half of all workers earn less than $18 or $18.50 an hour. And in 47 states, over 1/4 of workers earn less than $15 an hour. So this would be extremely disruptive, particularly in low-wage states. But when you think about low-wage states, think about like half the states.
Well, can I just reclaim my time real quickly? Because I know my Democrat colleagues do very much care about, just like we do, of these low-income workers. But the reality is, in the restaurant sector, this past year, nearly 1 in every 5 restaurants permanently closed their doors. And over 30 of the country's largest retail and restaurant companies have filed for bankruptcy. Is this the time? Is this really the time to put greater stress on those employers
in their ability to retain workers, I think this is a devastating policy that will destroy jobs and kill people's ability to stay employed. And with that, my time has expired and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Colorado, who's also the chair of the subcommittee on consumer protection and financial institutions, Mr. Perlmutter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I got to start by saying to my friend, Mr. Barr, I am your Democratic friend. I am not your Democrat friend. It is the Democratic Party. It is not the Democrat Party. I don't call you my publican friend or the banana Republican friend. You are my Republican friend. So please, I'm your Democratic friend. It is the Democratic Party. Thank you. Now, many of my questions have been answered, and I thank the panel, all of you. You've been excellent witnesses. I would like to just confirm with you, Dr. Strain, and with you, Mr. Anthony, some numbers that you guys testified to as to the needs for backfilling to some degree state and local government. Dr. Strain, my notes, I have you said $100 billion for state and local governments probably is your ballpark number, is that right?
Yes, Congressman, I think that would be appropriate to the need.
Okay, and Mr. Anthony, the number that I had for you was $350 billion, is that correct?
That is correct, Congressman.
Okay, thank you. Turn my attention to you, Ms. Murguía, even if you're from Kansas City, which is a shame. And to you, Mr. Johnson. In Colorado, we've noticed an uptick in calls to our housing hotline in terms of evictions and mortgage delinquencies. Within the Hispanic Latinx community, within the African American community, have you, either of you, seen an uptick in concerns about delinquencies, either in rentals or in home ownership? And I'll start with you, the Janet Murguía from Kansas City. I shouldn't be messing around with Kansas City, but Mr. Tabor always makes me crazy about that.
Yeah. Well, go Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday, just to add another point of emphasis there. Look, you're right, Congressman. There's no question that our communities are being impacted very seriously by the rental and foreclosures or mortgage challenges. It's one of the reasons in my written testimony, I really went into great lengths to talk about the importance of housing counseling programs. They can provide that on-the-ground resource where folks can call and turn to trusted partners and advisors, and we can provide linguistic and culturally competent information. And that information is so important right now as they're navigating the crisis, the confusing messages about what they can and can't do. It's essential that we expand and deepen resources for those types of housing assistance programs, in addition to funds that will help extend eviction moratoriums and also mortgage relief for some of these individuals. I've found that our network of community-based organizations, the UnidosUS affiliate network, has been extremely effective when we have the resources to be able to engage at the ground because we're seen as trusted partners and we can give them that important information. But it's essential that those services be funded as part of this recovery.
Thank you. And Mr. Johnson?
I absolutely agree with Janet. I also agree with Congressman Green that there is some immediate need, not only for the home renters who actually work every day, but for this pandemic, but the home owners who are providing access to home rental as a supplemental income opportunity. It is absolutely vital to provide support as soon as possible.
And thank you. And just, I would like to say, I tried cross-examining Jim Jordan in the Rules Committee on Zoom the other day. It didn't work very well. Cross-examining witnesses on Zoom or on WebEx is hard, and everybody should just remember that. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In December, Congress passed a bipartisan $900 billion COVID relief bill, which brings the 10-month total on coronavirus relief to $3.5 trillion. This means we have spent more money on COVID relief in less than a year than the entire GDP of Germany, France, or India. It is not sustainable or realistic to think the federal government can continue this pace of spending to keep propping up the U.S. economy while states are forcing business to remain closed. The only way we get out of this pandemic, which our economy is still intact, is if we end the lockdowns and get people back to work. So Dr. Strain, I'm going to have 3 questions for you. This will be the first one. Can you give us some example of policies we can be examining in Congress that would incentivize reopening the economy that would not require, I repeat, not require additional federal spending?
Policies that would not require additional federal spending. Well, Congressman, I think there is a need for some additional federal spending to advance your goal of reopening the economy. I think additional federal spending to get shots in arms, to distribute the vaccine much better than we've seen so far. I also think that despite the rollout of the vaccine, a more adequate testing regime would go a long way toward reopening the economy as well. So I think those sorts of measures would do what you want, but they would cost some money.
What about liability protection for businesses?
Oh, yes, Congressman. I think that is an important component. I think you don't want to give businesses blanket immunity. You want businesses who are grossly negligent to still be liable. But businesses are faced with sometimes conflicting guidance. They're faced with guidance that's changing relatively rapidly. And so I think if you are a business and you make a good faith effort to follow public health guidance, that a temporary liability shield from frivolous pandemic related lawsuits would be very appropriate and advisable.
Thank you. Secondly, if my friends on the other side of the aisle are intent on passing another COVID-19 relief package, they should prioritize reopening the economy, as we talked about, and getting people back to work. But instead, they're looking to include completely, I think, unrelated liberal policy priorities, such as increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And we've talked a lot about that. I just got out of another committee hearing in the small business where we had 3 witnesses that all said it would be a disaster to increase the minimum wage to $15. And I'm a small business owner in Texas, and I have some experience of that. It would be a real problem. And Democratic Whip Jim Clyburn said back in March that this virus is a tremendous opportunity to restructure things in their vision. Now, the Congressional Budget Office, that we've already heard today, estimates that increasing minimum wage to this level could cause over 1 million workers to lose their jobs. And it is crazy that job-killing policy is being considered in the middle of the pandemic. Dr. Strain, can you discuss how increasing the minimum wage could affect the rate of automation in our workforce?
Yes, Congressman. I think the CBO estimate of over 1 million jobs lost is a reasonable estimate. I think it's actually too low, given the fact that we're talking about an increase during a period of labor market weakness. I think economic research shows that when the economy is weak, that the job loss from a minimum wage increase is higher than in normal times. So I think it really would be a significant mistake that would accrue to the detriment of low-wage workers. You asked about automation. The plan to phase this in over a 4 or 5 year period, I think, on the one hand, blunts the impact. But on the other hand, if you're a small business owner, you know that you're in for a period of 4 or 5 years where every year your labor costs are going to go up and up. And so that really, I think, will encourage businesses, since they know they're looking at a sustained problem that's going to grow every year. That'll encourage businesses to think about how they can produce goods and services with fewer workers, and that'll increase the use of automation.
Well, thank you very much. And Madam Chairman, I yield my time back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Am I audible here? Can I be heard, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Assume? Oh, thank you.
You're on.
Yes. In 10 years ago, when we were preparing the stimulus bill to revive the economy in response to the previous economic collapse that the previous Republican administration had left us with, we were greeted with terrifying predictions that the stimulus spending would trigger hyperinflation, huge increases in government borrowing costs to debase our currency, and on and on. I can't remember how many hearings we had on the subject. And in the 10 years since those predictions, of course, we saw something very different, actually historically low inflation and low borrowing costs. And I was wondering, I guess, starting with Dr. Spriggs, what has been learned in that 10 years about what are wrong with these predictions that are being made in response to stimulus spending during times of economic stress?
We learned from the Great Recession that we did too little, and that was an error, and we're trying not to repeat that. Where we stand right now is where we were at the depth of the Great Recession. That's after having Congress already responded in March with a very substantial package to recover from what was even worse than where we are now. But it slowed down, the economy slowed down. December, we lost jobs. And one of the things we know was weak from the recovery during the Great Recession was we didn't pay attention to state and local government. We lost jobs in the state and local government sector. We left that sector weaker, and we don't want to repeat that going into this recovery. And we need those workers so we can do door to door. We can call people. The idea that we're going to use computers and people getting online and setting up appointments is not going to reach the communities that we need to reach. It's not going to reach rural communities that don't have the internet. It's not going to reach small cities where the internet isn't that strong. We need local government to have the people in place to really reach the people and to make sure that going forward we will have a more robust recovery.
Now, in the 10 years that we've had to study the response to the last stimulus, it contained a variety of different measures. As if I recall properly, roughly 40% of that stimulus was tax cuts, some of which actually went to very wealthy people and some to the working class. And what have we learned about the benefits of things like tax cuts for the wealthy compared to assistance to working class families in terms of the bang for the buck in generating GDP in response to a crisis? Which are more effective?
We had a much bigger fiscal multiplier by helping those with lower income. And one of the problems from the recovery during the Great Recession, we didn't get wages to rise. Wage growth was very slow until state and local government stepped in and marched us towards $15 an hour. So we have to understand that the call to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour is not the whole country, because the whole country is in an uneven path. And those states that aren't on that path disproportionately have Black workers. There's a racial equity issue here because Black workers have not seen their wages respond as quickly since the Great Recession. And it's in large part because we ensured stronger, safer economies by doing that. We have studied as economists raises in the minimum wage. All of these claims of job losses in restaurants is not what we find in the evidence. The claims by the CBO have to do with workers who may not work two jobs. It has to do with substitution within the household where maybe the wife decides she doesn't need to work if the wages are higher. So it's not the 1.3 million fewer jobs, it's that some workers may be able to cut back on their hours.
Well, thank you. And I understand there's another large effect that if you provide economic benefits to those at the top of the economic scale, instead of spending it in the local economy, they are much more likely to basically turn it over to their investment advisors who will advise them to diversify. And roughly 1/3 of that money will be invested offshore, which I think is another new argument about the benefits, about targeting the benefits, at the working families that need it the most. I'm out of time here and yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Laudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm surprised that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have all of a sudden felt the need to rush through this partisan COVID relief package that the Speaker actually held up for the last one for over 6 months. I mean, we all know that that was done purely for political reasons to hurt the other president politically in his campaign. But now all of a sudden, this is an emergency that we have to get it out. And there's over $1 trillion of the last several packages still unspent. Senate Democrat leader Chuck Schumer recently said it makes no sense to pitch pennies when so many Americans are struggling. I'd argue it makes no sense to spend another $2 trillion when there is still more than $1 trillion of unspent funds from the other packages. The CBO projects that the December package will grow the economy 1.5% faster in 2021 and 2022, and less than 20% of it has been spent. We should let that package work and see what else is needed before rushing to pass a colossal waste of $2 trillion. I appreciate that President Biden and other Democrats have called for unity and spoken of the need for job growth, but actions speak louder than words. They're pushing a hyper-partisan package. I mean, quite frankly, we voted yesterday on a budget, and the Budget Committee hasn't even been organized yet. There's been no input from Republicans. There is no bipartisan agreement here. This is being ramrodded through, and it's a package that could destroy, and I believe will destroy, millions of American jobs. Now, here's my question. Mr. Strain, there's an old saying, you don't raise taxes during a recession. I would argue that you don't raise the minimum wage during a recession either. CBO estimates that a $15 minimum wage will destroy 1.3 million jobs. It would disproportionately increase employment for part-time, decrease employment for part-time workers and those without a high school diploma, and raise the cost for small businesses. And the small businesses are the ones that have been hurting the most because of the government shutdown. Those are the people we should be helping. And it's unconscionable that Congress would pass a policy to destroy so many jobs when we're trying to recover the economy. So, Mr. Strain, can you explain now why now is not the time to raise the minimum wage?
Thank you, Congressman. I agree with that. I think there are several reasons why raising the minimum wage in a period of labor market weakness leads to a larger amount of employment loss. Businesses are just more willing to make those kinds of changes to the way they produce goods and services when the economy is weak. And when the economy is weak, of course, there's less demand for businesses' products and services to begin with, which also makes them more inclined to change the structure of their labor forces. I think it's actually maybe even a little bit worse than you characterized, Congressman, because the same CBO report that found 1.3 million job losses also found that a $15 an hour minimum wage would slow economic growth. And so I just think that there are many reasons why you don't want to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour during a period of elevated unemployment is adding insult to injury, I think.
Well, thank you. I agree with you there. And there's another provision in here that gives me grave concern. Back in August of last year, I was visiting with several of our local governments, and one of the county commissioners came to me and said, "Look, please do something for us. Will you stop the unemployment subsidy? We don't want any handouts from Washington. We want you to stop the subsidy because we can't get our county employees to come back to work because they're making more money being on unemployment than they were being paid. Their jobs, which according to the economy in Northwest Georgia, that they were making good money there. $400 is keeping people out of work and it's hurting our economy. Do you agree with me that extending this $400 subsidy for nearly 2 years is going to be devastating to especially the small businesses?
Yes, Congressman. I think extending the $400 through September, which is what President Biden is proposing, would be an act of economic self-harm. When Congress passed the $600 federal supplement in March, that was during a period of time where the country was locked down, and you really did not want unemployed workers out there trying to find a job because you didn't want them spreading the coronavirus. That is not the situation we're going to be in through September. You're going to have unemployed workers sitting at home and not getting jobs when there's no reason for that.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee, and thank you to all of the witnesses. It's an honor for me to be here today. Certainly, as we have heard and research supports, and the people's comments have supported, that individuals need relief. Small businesses need relief. We know that when we look at the 440-some-thousand individuals dying from COVID-19, that it is a three-headed pandemic. It is healthcare, it is the economic issues that we're dealing with, and it is the social injustices. So when it comes to this committee, I want to thank the Congresswoman for speaking up for all of the people and what we know to be true. We know that people need more financial assistance. We know that individuals need relief. We are hopeful that we will get through this COVID-19 because of science and medicine, but we know we're not there. We know cities and communities across this country are saying, give us relief, continue the individual unemployment. I think it is unthinkable for someone to believe that someone would not go to work because they're getting an additional $200, $300, or even $600. It comes back to the economy. Economists have told us that. Wall Street has said to us, when you look at the stock market and what happens when individuals get more dollars, what do? They buy food. What do? They try to keep a roof over their house. I want to thank all of the witnesses, but I want to give a special thank you to Mr. Johnson, head of the NAACP, because last week he brought on former Ambassador Susan Rice to talk about domestic policy, leadership, and the issues, and racial justice and equity. He had soon-to-be Secretary Marcia Fudd. Housing is a big part of what we do under Congresswoman Maxine Waters' committee. He had me to come on to talk about financial services. And I want to thank you because when the people called in, Black people, white people, Democrats, and Republicans, death and hurting is not a partisan issue. So, Mr. Johnson, can you help us when we know that it comes to people who are affected most by COVID-19, whether it be medically or economically? African Americans have bore the brunt of this pandemic. Is there anything as head of the NAACP that you want to elaborate on that we still need to do in Congress to ensure that all communities who have suffered are made whole?
Thank you, Chairwoman Beatty. Three quick things. One, we need a targeted approach to ensure that communities who are most at risk receive the vaccine immediately. Secondly, I have never heard giving people in need of money more money will hurt people in need of money. That's a concept I'm not familiar with. We need to ensure we stabilize our economy, and if you infuse more resources in people's hand, not corporations, those people will use those funds to support the very small businesses many of them work for, like the Henry Ford model. He paid his workers more because he wanted to sell more cars. And then thirdly, I always go back to the looming student debt crisis. We depend on our governmental workers, local and state, teachers, and they are suffocating under the burden of student loan debt in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of an economic crisis. We must give those individuals relief. And if we do so, that can stimulate the economy because the $300 to $500 that they're paying in monthly student loan tabs will go right back into the economy.
Dr. Spriggs, can you tell us a little bit about the economy and the consequences of not providing more rental assistance dollars?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We're risking too much scarring in the economy because our workers in America make too little money. The size of this package is evidence to us how little we have put in the hands of our workers, keeping them from being individually resilient in the face of crises. Letting them become homeless complicates this situation. To be a long-term unemployed worker, it's very hard to reconnect you to the labor force. Letting you become homeless, it's virtually impossible. That is too steep a challenge for us to face. It is penny-wise and pound-foolish for us not to make the investment now to prevent the scarring of
The
homelessness.
gentlewoman's time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairwoman. I thank our witnesses. This is certainly a timely hearing and one that deserves a lot of attention. Frankly, over the past year, nearly $5 trillion has been voted on here in this body to add to the monetary supply of the United States of America. One of the agenda items is that the Fed's dual mandate should be updated to address economic inequality. The proposals behind that from the majority focus on more redistribution. They want the Fed to take money that we can't even print fast enough and redistribute it. They want the Fed to make loans that the market would never actually make. And they want the American taxpayer to underwrite risks that no one rationally would take. The Federal Reserve is adding to this inequality massively because what they're doing, it isn't driving a huge amount of consumer price inflation. It isn't driving that kind of inflation because that money does not make it to the average American worker. That money makes it into people who are wealthy, people who have a large portion of their net worth tied up in marketable securities. And that's why right now, in the midst of this pandemic, where much of Main Street is decimated, Wall Street is having its best days ever. You're seeing the S&P 500 hit record highs with no correlation to the activity on Main Street. Lots of hope for the future, but we had lots of hope for the future this time last year when we weren't yet reacting to the COVID-19 pandemic. When those asset prices become inflated, the wealth gap grows. The wealthy benefit from this right now. Jeff Bezos doesn't even pay the capital gains tax on his shares. He simply borrows against their value, which is rational in our current tax code. But while the worker, the American worker back home in Ohio, is busy working his hourly job or hoping to be able to get back to it because it's been crippled not entirely by the virus, but by the government's reaction to it. He's happy that his 401k or his IRA has gone up, but that's for future earnings. That's not for money that can be spent today. That's hope for someday. But meanwhile, the value of those dollars being deposited in his paycheck are destroying our economy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure that people were aware that this destruction was taking place. But the sad thing is they are. And they want to misdirect and blame things like the tax code or employers or things like that. And I don't want to say there's no fault anywhere, but the biggest pump and dump scheme going on in America right now is being driven by the Federal Reserve. We need to get back to sound money and have a sound, rational basis for our monetary policy. These economic distortions are crippling not just America's economy, but the global economy. Developed economies around the world are talking about going to negative nominal rates. The real rate for interest right now is already negative. No one really believes that the rate of inflation over the next 10 years is going to be less than 1%. But that's what happens when you buy our treasuries. It is central planning, it's distorting pricing. Now, that's not an attack against the whole concept of central banks. Our central bank has been effective in March, in April in particular. It's a case study in why central banks should exist. They provided essential stability to make our markets function. It was incredible. A number of programs implemented swiftly and decisively when there was literally no buy side for example, the safest assets, municipal bonds, super safe assets. A market only functions when there's equilibrium between buyers and sellers. And when there is no buy side, the market is in free fall. So I commend the Federal Reserve for that. But since that time, we've seen massive economic distortion, and it's not going to end well. Look, billionaires will lose billions of dollars. They may even lose a higher percentage of their net worth, but the working men and women of America are harmed by this economic distortion. We have to get back to sound money. Now, as to the idea to print even more of this money that we don't have, which robs from future consumption. You know, Dr. Strain, you've spoken well of this economic distortion. I want to give you a chance to talk about the consequence of spending future earnings of the American people. What kinds of consequences might we expect from this economic distortion?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I think it's appropriate for Congress to spend money to support households and businesses and to fight the virus. And I think that the CARES Act did really a great deal of good for American businesses and households.
Thank you for that. I would agree with you that it did do some very good job in the essential moments, as I highlighted. So I appreciate that final comment, and I yield my time.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank the Republican ranking member and Mr. French today for this hearing. I do think it's very timely. And I first want to say that I do agree with some of the things that were said by my good friends from Ohio, certainly General Stivers. I think it's very important that we get the vaccine out in as many arms as we can. And I do think that my good friend, Mr. Davison, when he just said there is that distortion where you have now the wealthy getting wealthier and wealthier and the poor and the working class falling behind, that is something that is real and we have to work on. However, at the same time, I have to say, I listened to most of my other colleagues on the other side, and it seems that they want to figure out how to give the working class and the poor as little possible help as they possibly can, and the wealthy as much as they possibly can through tax cuts. I mean, it was interesting to hear a scold today tell us about how we're going to add trillions of dollars through this potential process, when that same person a few years ago voted in favor to adding trillions of dollars to the long-term debt by doing the tax cuts for the wealthy that even Dr. Strange said he had a problem with, at least with the individuals, not with the corporations. I don't want to put words in his mouth. That to me is crazy. I mean, that's as loony as I think this QAnon stuff, that we make the wealthier wealthy and the poor and the middle class, we give them as little help as possible. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. It doesn't make any sense. That's not why government exists, and that's not what we should be doing. I do want to ask a couple of questions here before I become the scold and the rant here. Ms. Murguía, you were talking about the losses suffered by Latinos, and they're very painful. My district, of course, is predominantly Latino. You talked about the 3 times as likely to die because of COVID-19, the twice as likely to get sick, you know, the losses that we've suffered. And then you've talked about some of the things that we can do. What else can we do? What else? You've mentioned some, but what else?
Thank you, Congressman. Appreciate your comments. And I think I would just say, in addition to what you've laid out in terms of making sure we're concentrating on targeted relief to those who have been the essential workers. And what we have found is that the federal relief so far has not included those essential workers. And as you know, Congressman, you've worked a lot on behalf of dreamers and many who have been undocumented, who are yet filling the lines of folks who are helping our country right now, whether it's in the fields as farm workers, whether it's in meat processing plants, whether it's stocking shelves or actually delivering food, or whether it's providing care to all these folks who are in need, or as public health professionals. But yet we have found that federal relief, because of these families being mixed status, the relief has not gone there, but they have provided the work, the services to make sure we're going. So we've argued, as you heard, that we should make sure that all essential workers, regardless of their status, many who are families that have U.S. citizen children, should be included, and that we should take the step to look at, perhaps in a reconciliation bill, maybe addressing first and foremost how we can provide protected status for these folks, because they're going to continue to keep the economy going in this particular moment and into the future.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I also want to ask Mr. Anthony, I was on the San Diego City Council for a number of years when I started my political career, and the city and a lot of the little cities that I have in my district are really suffering at this moment. They're working hard, but they're suffering. How can we help them through this package? I mean, you've talked a little bit about that, but could you expand on that? Because I know that they've worked hard. At the same time, they're in desperate need.
Yes, thank you, Congressman, for asking that question. I think the way in which we can be of help to those small and especially the rural communities is to be able to get those dollars in the hands of those local leaders who can actually create those programs, such as the food programs. Also, it'll be able to help them keep their employees so that we can get our economy started back up through permitting, housing, capital investments. You know, again, this is not a bailout. This is being able to help them administer the programs that you, in fact, are approving through the past stimulus projects as well. Thank you, Congressman.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bud, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to confirm, Dr. Strain, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here today. You know, over the past 11 months, Congress has appropriated nearly $3.5 trillion to stimulate the economy and support families, workers, and small businesses. Today, we're discussing the newest plan proposed by President Biden, which is seeking to add $1.9 trillion in untargeted relief. So I'm supportive of the widespread testing, supportive of vaccinations, and I believe that these are both critical components to opening safely. But I also strongly believe that additional funding, if necessary, should be targeted to meet those needs. Keep in mind that a majority of the funds we appropriated in the December COVID package has remained untapped. So my question is this: how will the new untargeted spending provide greater benefit to our economy that the already appropriated $3.5 trillion hasn't? And is this even necessary?
Thank you, Congressman. I think much of it is unnecessary, and a good chunk of it is actually actively harmful. So the checks to households, a whole lot of that money is going to go into savings. That's not going to help support the recovery. The reason it's going to go into savings is because so much of it would go to households earning well above median income, earning six figures a year, who haven't suffered any employment losses. The unemployment insurance supplement of $400 a week through September, I think will be actively harmful. On the one hand, it will support consumer spending. On the other hand, it's going to act to keep people unemployed for longer at a time when most likely the vaccines are in wide distribution, and we want people to be getting back to work. The $15 an hour minimum wage will be actively harmful to helping low-wage workers keep jobs, get back to work, and get back on their feet. So I think you're right, Congressman, that we should be looking at the actual needs here, and I think it's appropriate for Congress to spend some more money this month on addressing those needs. But large portions of the president's proposal wouldn't do much good, and large portions of the president's proposal would actually do harm.
Thank you. I also want to ask, we've seen the devastating impact that widespread lockdowns have had on our economy. Just last month, the Labor Department reported that our economy lost 140,000 jobs. And we're used to the last several years to adding jobs by the hundreds of thousands, but now we lost 140,000 jobs, the bulk of which came from states that have endured long-lasting and broad lockdowns. States with less restrictions are rebounding at a rapid pace. So, Dr. Strain, do you believe that the most effective way to support the economy is to safely open it up?
Yes, Congressman. I don't think there's really any doubt that in order to fully recover from the pandemic, we need the economy to be reopened. And the best way to get the economy reopened is to get vaccine shots in people's arms. I think that the inability to do that quickly, the fact that vaccines have been sitting in storerooms and not being administered, is a national scandal. And I think it is very appropriate for Congress to figure out what it can do to help get people vaccinated, because the faster we do that, the faster we can reopen and the faster we can recover.
Thank you. And lastly, Dr. Strain, would you detail the benefits of using private lending institutions to operate an emergency loan program instead of creating a government-run program?
Well, one benefit is just speed. And so that was a key reason to rely on private sector lending institutions for the PPP program, that you wanted to get the money to businesses quickly, and that creating a new government agency to do that really would have slowed it down. Another reason, of course, is that the situation we're in now is temporary, and we should not be kind of changing the structure of government to support a temporary problem.
Well, very good. Appreciate your time, Dr. Strain, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank the witnesses for being here today. And I've had the opportunity to listen to many of the panels, which I think have done a great job. And I'm going to talk a little bit from the small business standpoint, because, I've been in small business for the last 34 years. One of the things that Mr. Strain, that you said that small businesses and enhancing the minimum wage is going to really, really hurt them. And I would like you to elaborate a little bit more on that and tell me why you think it's really going to hurt them, because oftentimes we can draw good employees if we pay them well, which increases our bottom line and help us to do better economically, and might even have the opportunity, if we get more resources, to hire other people. So maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit more for me, please.
Yes, thank you, Congressman. I think the example that you gave is an example of something that does happen. And so when a state or when the federal government increases the minimum wage, you often see businesses hire a different type of worker. So perhaps a business was employing workers who hadn't graduated high school when the minimum wage was $6 or $6.50. Then the minimum wage goes up to $7, $8. And they start to hire workers who have graduated from high school. So in that instance, the business itself that is doing that is not necessarily worse off. They're hiring workers that are going to be more productive, and they're able to absorb the minimum wage that way. But the person who loses out is the person who didn't graduate high school. And my concern is that even in situations where businesses will be okay, and to be clear, when you're talking about doubling the minimum wage, I think many businesses are going to really struggle. But even those businesses that don't struggle because they find other ways to adapt, that doesn't change the fact that the least skilled, least experienced, most vulnerable workers in society are going to pay an enormous cost for the minimum wage increase, taking it up to 15. Middle-class households are going to see their incomes go up. But the cost of the policy is going to be borne by the least skilled, least experienced, most vulnerable workers in society. And that's just not a trade-off that I think is one that Congress should make.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, I heard you earlier give quite a few analyses about where we stand, especially people of color. And I know how important it is to get the vaccine out there, because I know it's critically important. I represent a lot of rural areas. How do we
I will text Lindsay.
get dollars down? Because there's been some consideration and much talk this morning about dollars are not really coming down. Dollars are going to the wrong people who don't really need it. But in my district, everybody I come in contact seems to really need the stimulus dollars to benefit their families. How do we do that in legislation to make sure that the dollars that is needed the most by individuals are stimulated in the economy?
Was that question for me?
Yes, sir.
So, putting money in people's hand becomes crucial. That's why we supported the $2,000 stimulus check that was first stated by the prior president that many people now oppose. But we also understand in terms of the vaccine, you have to provide access to vaccination closer to where people exist. And if you only provide it through the medical facilities, you can miss whole communities. So municipalities play a huge role, public housing systems play a huge role. But then more importantly, when you go to your earlier question about minimum wage, I have never been able to reconcile this concept of a free market economy, but we don't want a free market economy when it comes time to pay people an equitable wage, because people go out of business. We have to pay people their value. And if we look at what the growth is in terms of the cost of living, and we are not keeping up the cost of living, we must supplement or create a space where people can actually work hard every day and make a living. Every community I've driven through that appears to be impoverished, I can assure you those are low-wage workers. We need to raise the floor for their quality of life.
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kostoff, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for convening today's hearing, and thank you to all the witnesses who have appeared today. Dr. Strain, if I could, with you first, you talked in your testimony in response to other questions about the enhanced unemployment benefits that we approved in the CARES Act and that we renewed to a lesser level back in December. I'll tell you that in my district, I've heard from X number of employers who told me that that they literally could not get employees to come back to work when they were receiving those unemployment benefits because they were literally making more money with these enhanced unemployment benefits than they were pre-pandemic. And I'll say with the passage of the CARES Act that we passed in March, I think we did a lot of things right as a Congress, and we did it on a strong bipartisan basis. But my recollection is that when Secretary Mnuchin, who was essentially the lead negotiator for the Trump administration, talked about the $600 enhanced unemployment benefit, he essentially said that was a median number. So my question to you is a little bit wonky, and that is, if we do approve additional enhanced unemployment benefits, is there a way to make that locality based on cost of living for an area? I represent Tennessee, so my area, Arkansas, Mississippi, the cost of living is lower than California, New York, New Jersey. Is there a way for us to do that as a Congress and with the Biden administration?
Congressman, it's a really good question. I think we saw that the ability of state governments who administer unemployment benefits to handle even the $600 increase suggests that their capacity to do something complicated like that is unfortunately limited. I think you're right to be thinking about ways to mitigate the damage that those unemployment benefits could do. I think a simpler solution is just to do them at a much lower level than $400 or not do them at all, and to make sure that that they stay in effect for a relatively short period of time, certainly not until September. When Congress appropriated the $600 as part of the CARES Act in March, that was an extremely unusual circumstance. The idea behind the $600, as you said, was to replace completely the income that unemployed workers would lose when they lost their job. The reason why that was reasonable to do was because you did not want unemployed workers trying to find another job. And the reason you didn't want them trying to find another job was because if they were trying to find another job, they'd be spreading the virus. This was in March and April when we did the lockdown. Keep everybody at home. Don't go to work unless you absolutely have to. Certainly don't be trying to find a new job. That is just not the situation we are in anymore. And if we thought the $600 would keep workers from trying to find a job in March and April, certainly it's going to keep them from trying to find a job in July, August, and September when the vaccine is going to be in wide distribution. So I really think that this is a damaging proposal.
Thank you very much, Dr. Strain. If I could, Mr. Anthony, to you, if there is another stimulus bill, it in fact appropriates money, replaced money for cities, as you talked about in your testimony. First of all, if you were writing the bill, would you write in a population threshold for a city or municipality? And if the answer is yes, what's that number?
Thank you, Congressman. That's been a question that many have asked. I think that, our perspective as the National League of Cities is every mayor, no matter the size of their community, has been elected to lead and make decisions on behalf of that community. And if I then had to make a formula decision, I'd use the Community Development Block Grant formula that gets it down to 50,000, and would require that if money is sent to the state for those smaller cities, that it be transferred immediately within 30 days of receipt of those dollars down to those communities.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Guam, Mr. San Nicolas, who's also Vice Chair for the Committee on Financial Services, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for convening this very important hearing. I think it's doing a huge service to the American people by allowing them to really vet the conversations that we're having and to address what's on the table, and to also have us speak towards misnomers that are circulating regarding what's happening next. I'd like to thank our witnesses and the panel for making time to be with us today. Madam Chair, I want to address some of these misperceptions. That way the American people can have clarity. First, there's a misperception out there that there's $1 trillion kind of just sitting out there that we've already approved, that's not being spent, and it's creating the perception that we have money out there that's been made available that's somehow just not being used. Mr. Anthony, based on your experience, is it true that $1 trillion in relief is languishing and wasting away, or is it largely programmed by our states, our cities, and our local governments?
Yes, Congressman. I think that, as we know, again, we were not prepared for a pandemic. No one was. And so as those dollars have gotten to state and local governments, there had to be an infrastructure created and a plan. And what we're seeing is that the states, as well as the mayors and counties, have those programs, and now those dollars are going to be spent. And we also must recognize there's a lagging economy that is happening. So we haven't even seen the worst of what's going to happen. So thank you, Congressman.
Thank you. Yeah, and we're having the same experience in my district. You know, the money is not languishing out there. It's being programmed. It has a purpose, and the purpose is to fulfill the intent of the Congress to make sure that we're addressing the COVID-19 circumstances and the relief that needs to go out to our communities.
That is correct.
I'm looking forward to our local governments deploying those resources expeditiously. But the funds that we made available is not somehow money that can all of a sudden be reprogrammed. It's already been programmed. Secondly, another misnomer out there that was reiterated by, I'm not sure if it's Dr. Strain or Mr. Strain, but it's the idea that FPUC was somehow provided to prevent people from going back to work. We're talking about the additional supplemental $600, $300, now $400. That is absolutely incorrect. The purpose of that resource was because we have millions of Americans who are now relying on unemployment, and the unemployment compensation provided by their UIs in their states and in my district is insufficient to meet the cash flow strains that they are suffering from because they are no longer able to work. That supplement is being used to make up the difference between what they're receiving in unemployment insurance and what they were actually earning. And to be perfectly honest, that difference is still very insufficient. 600 was insufficient, 400 was insufficient, 300 is insufficient. And the fact that we're at least providing something is keeping families from going from being able to provide with the work that they're doing for their communities and bringing money into their households, to now at least having unemployment, whatever paltry sum that is they're receiving in their respective districts, plus the supplemental that's going out to support them. The idea also that we have to engage in a protracted deficit debate at this time has me very concerned. We entertained an amendment just the other day that would have locked up the ability of this committee to be able to provide any relief whatsoever if we did not find a budgetary offset. Now, of course, we should always be mindful of the deficit, but I'm going to ask a very elementary question to Dr. Spriggs, and forgive me for the elementary nature of it. But is it time for us to be addressing federal spending strain as we're enduring now, or should it be during times of economic stability? Dr. Spriggs.
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. It should be in times that are normal. We are actually in a war. The virus has killed more Americans than we lost to combat in World War II. Now is not the time to be looking at a budget. Now is the time to be looking at, are we successfully prosecuting our war against this virus? That has to be the #1 priority. That is what is killing our economy. We cannot heal the economy until we heal the virus.
Thank you, Dr. Spriggs. Madam Chair, thank you so much for again convening this hearing. And again, thank you to our witnesses for making time for us today. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank our witnesses for being here this morning. Certainly appreciate their willingness to be here and inform us. But I'd like to take a moment before I begin my testimony and questioning to point out that the testimony for this hearing was not posted until 10 o'clock last night, Madam Chair. If the majority wants to have a serious discussion about regarding the needs of American consumers and businesses during this pandemic and what Congress should do to enhance economic recovery, giving members less than 12 hours overnight to review and prepare for this hearing is unacceptable. If this is any indication for how the majority intends to operate in our 17th Congress, we have serious concerns of what we're trying to accomplish here. So I appreciate a more timely response by the witnesses and or the majority staff who's in charge. With that, first question, with regards to the stimulus, it's interesting that Lawrence Summers, who was President Clinton's Treasury Secretary, and the top economist from Barack Obama's administration, Jason Furman, both see concern with this pouring of more money into the economy, fearing it may overheat and cause inflation. Mr. Strain, what would you say in response to that concern?
I share that concern. I mean, I think it's it is appropriate. You know, it's commonly argued that right now Congress should err on the side of doing more rather than doing less. And I think that's a reasonable way to think about the problem, given the balance of risks. I think there are more risks to doing too little than to doing too much. But that is not to say that Congress should pass another stimulus that is untethered to an assessment of the actual economic need. And the actual economic need, is maybe a few $100 billion, something like that. And so you want to have the fudge factor be to do more rather than less. But there are real risks to dumping another $2 trillion on the economy right now. And one of those risks is a few months where there's some troubling price inflation.
Well, one of the things that concerns me is, there's some money in here, about $350 billion to bail out the states. Now, I realize some of the states are struggling a little bit, but my own state of Missouri, we ended the lockdown in mid-May. We now have, we had in 2020, we had a 5% increase in revenue over 19. Yes, last year we had an increase in revenue over 19. We have a 4.4% unemployment rate and over 200,000 jobs that are being unfilled right now. It seems as though there's a number of states who were well managed from the standpoint of the COVID problem and their own budgets and revenues now. It would appear that this $350 billion is going to bail out some states that were not very well managed. What would your comment be to that, Mr. Strain?
Well, Congressman, I think you're right that as a general matter, state and local finances are looking a lot better than many people thought that they would. And at a good number of states are basically even with 2019 in terms of revenue. That really varies from state to state. States that rely a great deal on tourism have taken a big hit. States that rely relatively more on sales taxes from in-person activities have taken a big hit. And so I do think that looking across all the states, there's a hole in terms of revenue of around $150 billion. And so I think it's appropriate for Congress to help states with pandemic-related revenue losses, but not to help states that misuse rainy day funds, not to help states bail out pensions. And there are some states that aren't going to need that much help at all.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I can tell you, I live very close to Lake of the Ozarks there in central Missouri, which is one of the premier recreational destinations, especially in the summertime. And they actually had a record amount of visitation last year. So I think being open is a big key. It's interesting to me, with the COVID lockdowns, and I've made this comment before, you look at Florida and New York, and they're roughly the same with population. One's 21 million, other's 19 million. Yet New York had almost twice as many deaths last year due to COVID as what Florida did. And yet Florida's open and California's locked down. And and Florida's got more elderly population probably than New York. So as a result, I'm concerned that we're trying to bail somebody out here instead of actually giving money to putting places where it actually needs to be targeted to be helpful. I understand my time's up. Thank you very much for your
Thank you very much,
responses.
Mr. Lukemeyer. And there are plenty of things that I think I could advise you about publicly. The ranking member and I have an agreement to work out our concerns. So we are in charge, and I don't appreciate your comments earlier. With that, the gentleman
Appreciate some information
Iowa,
we did give me to us on
is
time. Thank you.
recognized for 5 minutes. The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Axney, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you everyone for being here today. Mr. Anthony, I'd like to start with you. Cities and towns, of course, across the country have been fighting to support people and the communities for the last year as COVID hit our shores. And I know that nationally, we've lost about 1 million jobs in the state and local government sectors. One of the areas that I've been really focused on, and this committee has as well, is housing. Could you tell us a little bit about how the budget losses and the job losses for those state and local government employees have made it more difficult to keep people in their homes? And what are some of the steps that you've had to take to overcome that?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. You know, I spoke earlier about the eviction level. We're looking at about 40 million residents and renters who are on the cliff of being evicted. The second data point is that this is a pent-up loss for even real estate owners of about $7 million of revenue or rental income that will be lost. And the final thing is city governments and local governments, period. We're seeing homelessness increase. So we are dealing with all of those issues and responding. And I think that what this relief package would do would help us to be able to provide programming for those challenges.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and thank you so much, because one thing I know can be an issue for so many of our constituents during this time is finding the help that they need in the different programs that are available to them in a time frame by which they need them. So what can you do? What can you tell us about how we're helping people navigate some of these programs so that they can keep a roof over their heads?
So a number of cities all over America have created rental assistance program during this time, but first of all, helping to get those dollars specifically to nonprofits and to create programs so that people will be able to come in and get those dollars. Mayors and council members have created small business programs as well, small business loan programs, rental assistance programs. And I think that if we think about where the level of government that people can knock on the front doors of mayors and the city halls, it is local government. So I think that what we're asking for is direct dollars. We know that we've lost over $1 million jobs. We anticipate more than $90 billion additional revenue loss this year. So I'm begging that we get the dollars out to that level. And I appreciate that question because it's been desperate in some cities, not all, but I will tell you 95% of the cities, rural, small, as well as urban, the homeless challenge is increasing.
Well, it's an issue that we face right here in Des Moines, Iowa, so I absolutely understand. And that fits actually really well with something that I've been working on since last spring, which is getting more resources for housing counselors who can help people figure out what's going on, how they can save their money, how they can stay in their homes, et cetera. You brought up some facts here, but the last estimates I saw showed almost $60 billion in rental assistance is needed. And with the forbearance that's been offered for mortgages, I think a lot of people are going to need help with that. And of course, we saw after the 2008 financial crisis that 2 million people who worked with housing counselors were 3 times as likely to get loan modifications and then not go into foreclosure or redefault, which is a great thing for our communities. Many of those same benefits, lower costs, more stable housing, can also help renters when they are in tough straits, like you mentioned. Ms. Murguía or anyone else, does that seem like something, these housing counselors, that we could benefit from right now?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Congresswoman. Really appreciate your leadership on this. I know you've seen and understood the efficacy of using housing counseling programs and those community-based organizations as nonprofits who are so effective in reinforcing the importance of the steps to be taken, the information that needs to be provided to the most hurt families, the most impacted families, and their impact, their success rate, as you pointed, is really effective. So the $700 million plus up for COVID housing counseling assistance is absolutely necessary. UnidosUS has the largest Hispanic housing counseling network in the country. And we've seen firsthand the role that they play because they are trusted partners. They have the cultural and language competencies to be able to provide that service.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick check. Dr. Strain, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. So first, I want to just comment on a couple things. So some of my friends from the other side of the aisle have commented that now is not the time to worry about the spending or where it's going. And I would offer this: we are in a pandemic. There is an emergency, and there is a need to act. I agree with that. But I would offer that it's always our responsibility to make sure that we're spending taxpayer dollars wisely and effectively. That is always a priority. You never get to put that on hold. And I think what we've done to date has been pretty good, not perfect. But when we're talking about a $1.9 trillion bill, which, let's be honest, the justification is pretty poor for a lot of the spending in there, and a lot of it would be wasteful, I can't possibly support it. The second thing I would say is, if there's one thing that President Biden said in his inaugural address, that I think every single Republican agreed with, and most across the country, it's that we do need to come together. We do need to come together as one country and solve our problems. And we need to take the temperature down politically. Unfortunately, everything that's been done from that speech to today, including the spending bill, has gone completely counter to that. And so I would ask my Democratic colleagues, who I know are sincere in this, please help us on that. Because I'll help anybody who wants to work on that. I don't care who you are. But if we're going to just jam wish list items like a $15 minimum wage, which we know isn't a bipartisan solution, if we're going to jam a $1.9 trillion spending bill with no Republican votes, that's not going to bring anybody together, and you know it. And so I would ask you to think wisely about where we are as a country, culturally, emotionally, before we go down that path. And it sounds like that train's already left the station, but I would ask you to think twice. Now, Dr. Strain talked about the unemployment rate. Currently, where is the bulk of the unemployment? Like, what sectors of the economy?
The sectors of the economy that have been hit the hardest are sectors that feature in-person interactions. So sectors like retail, trade, leisure, and hospitality. Those are the sectors that have borne the brunt of unemployment.
And a $15 minimum wage would do what to those sectors?
Well, it would be a major challenge to workers in those sectors and a major challenge to businesses in those sectors as well.
Yeah, I would argue it would be completely counterproductive. And when we asked, where is the unemployment? It's not an interest rate question. It's not a stimulus check issue. It's a virus issue. I think we all know that. And I think that's what you're saying. And that screams towards quickly getting targeted relief in the form of vaccines and testing and anything we can do to defeat the virus. The faster we defeat the virus, the faster we come back. We could pass that, I would argue, with broad bipartisan support later tonight if we wanted to. And then the second piece I want to touch on is the stimulus checks. You mentioned in your testimony, you say, for example, direct checks to household earning six-figure incomes that have not experienced employment loss are an unnecessary and imprudent use of government spending. Have you seen anywhere, I agree with that 100%, have you seen anyone anywhere that has intellectually or economically justified the notion that we would be paying people thousands of dollars who have not been economically harmed by the pandemic? What is the rationale for that? Have you seen it?
Congressman, I haven't seen a rationale that I found compelling to support those checks. I think you could make an argument for targeted checks that went to low-income households that have been really hurting in this economy. But checks to households earning $150,000, $200,000, and up. There really is just very little justification for that policy.
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree. I want to be targeted. I want to help anybody who's been affected by the COVID pandemic economically. I want to be there to help them. I think most Republicans would agree with that. And this overshoots by a mile. And again, I would encourage my Democratic colleagues to come back and work with us.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses. Before I start with my questions, I want to just respond to something Mr. Barr said. He had noted that a lot of the public is watching us right now, and it's really important to understand what this budget reconciliation process. This isn't about being partisan, nonpartisan, bipartisan. We pass things by majorities right here. The Senate has this goofy filibuster rule that certain things require 60 votes, and budget reconciliation is the way we pass things by simple majority. The last time that my colleagues across the aisle controlled everything, the House, the Senate, the White House, they used budget reconciliation to pass a massive tax cut to corporations and to take away people's health care. Now that we are in control, we are using budget reconciliation to address the fact that we are in a pandemic that has killed 443,000 Americans, left 12% of Americans hungry, and 16 million people out of work. That is the right way to use your majority. I do not apologize for it, and please do not say that this is somehow not worth doing in the name of bipartisanship. Question why that what we valued last time. I want to move from there to a question for Mr. Spriggs. We've done a lot of funding so far. We've done a lot of support for small businesses. The PPP program, while it had some slow rollouts and some hiccups that we're all aware of, has really been a lifeline for a lot of small businesses, certainly in my district and across the country. But I think we've lost sight of the fact that it was designed first and foremost to protect labor. There were no credit checks. It was run through the SBA. The size of your loan was a function of your employment, and your ability to convert that into a grant was a function of making sure that you used it for labor. Again, not perfect, but it has kept a bunch of people out of unemployment rolls, off of our welfare, not needing COBRA, out of needing food assistance. Because we could not get support across the aisle to support state and local aid, the PPP program has only protected people who work for the private sector or certain classes of nonprofits. And following your introductory comments, right, Mr. Spriggs, we've got about 1.3 million public sector job losses since February. Correct me if I'm wrong on the math. If we do not get state and local aid, Mr. Spriggs, do you think that 1.3 million will increase, decrease, or stabilize?
If you don't provide the aid, thank you for the question, Congressman. If you don't provide the direct aid, and you heard this directly from Mayor Anthony, you're going to continue to lose jobs. At the time, we need those workers in place, both to implement the plans, as the mayor pointed out, that cities and local communities are trying to put in place, but also to make sure that we have a full court press in getting people vaccinated. Because we can't do this from the air. We can't just do this using the internet and assume that people can log on and make appointments. This is going to take direct action from the local level and local governments.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony, anything you'd like to add to that? I mean, personally, like we all do, I've got a neighbor who's a school teacher. I've got friends who are cops. They didn't get any of this protection. Anything you'd like to add or put color on what Spriggs said, Mr. Anthony?
Yeah, I'd just add that Dr. Spriggs has said it very clearly. If we really want our economy to get back started, it's got to start at the local level and get it done quickly. we're able to, our leaders are able to deal with food distributions, PPE, and the vaccine distribution and education. I know that our mayors and council members from all rural as well as urban communities are ready to partner with the federal government to get us back on the right track. So thank you, Congressman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Strain, I've been reading a little bit of your bio, and I'm a Dartmouth guy, so I won't hold your Cornell degree against you. But if I'm following right, you went to work at the Fed in 2005 and Census Bureau in 2008, and you've been at AEI since 2012. Do I have that timeline about right?
Yeah, that's about right, Congressman.
I'm not going to ask you for particulars, but have you had any raises during that period?
Have I had any raises?
Yeah, has your salary gone up since 2008 timeframe?
Yes, my salary has gone up.
Mine has as well. As you've earned more money, did you find that you increased your spending? Do you go out to dinner more often? Do you buy a nicer car, buy a nicer house?
I did not buy a nicer car, but I have increased my spending.
Well, I mention that because the federal minimum wage has not gone up during that period. It's been locked since 2009. And as you run your economic forecasts that presume that somehow if you raise wages to the wealthiest, they will increase their spending and live a nicer life. But if you raise it for the poorest, they're not going to be willing to pay more for a sandwich. Small businesses are to suggest you check some of your math. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thanks to Ranking Member McHenry and French Hill for having this committee hearing today. A month into the 117th Congress, I am grateful that we are finally getting underway with the business of the country. Today, we are discussing the next COVID stimulus package before the ink has even dried on the last one. As my colleagues have cited, Republicans and Democrats have negotiated 5 COVID relief packages totaling $3.5 trillion to address the pandemic and the economic crisis. A significant portion of the funds Congress has already allocated are yet to be spent by agencies, and I believe that before providing additional relief, we must do a thoughtful review of the programs that have been most effective and then determine where to place additional targeted funds. Our economy is recovering. The best way to stimulate economic growth is to safely reopen businesses and schools. Our focus now needs to be on providing timely, targeted, and temporary funding to ensure adequate testing and vaccination supplies get to states across the country. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I find this hearing to be largely a show, as Democrats in the House, Senate, and the White House have already moved forward on a path to pass another COVID package that would completely cut out the voices and input of congressional Republicans. Over the past few weeks, I've spoken with private, not-for-profit colleges back home in Tennessee, and they are distressed by President Biden's and the Democrats' stimulus plan. The president's plan includes funding for all public colleges and universities, but fails to acknowledge the majority of private nonprofit institutions that have felt the repercussions of this pandemic just like their public counterparts. There are more than 1,700 degree-granting private nonprofit colleges and universities located across the country, which collectively enroll over 5.1 million students and provide more than 1.2 million administration, faculty, and staff jobs to the economy. Low-income students, regardless of their college choice, face increased challenges during this time, as well as members of faculty and staff. While these institutions have had access to federal relief funding through the CARES Act, we cannot cut them out of future relief. Dr. Strain, do you believe there should be parity in the treatment of these higher education institutions? And could you speak to the potential negative effects of treating them differently?
Thank you, Congressman. I think as a general matter, pandemic-related relief should be broad-based and should be available to businesses that meet certain thresholds. So I think it was appropriate, for example, to limit PPP grants to businesses of a certain size class. I think it would be inappropriate to target relief on specific industries or the specific characteristics of businesses in those industries.
Thank you. We have talked extensively about how the $15 per hour minimum wage would destroy millions of jobs, and I think we can all agree that at a time when our national unemployment has only just begun to recover from the economic pain imposed by the COVID-19 lockdown last year, we should not be jeopardizing the economic security of more than 1 million American workers. Dr. Strang, can you discuss the disproportional negative impact this one-size-fits-all approach would have on smaller and rural communities like those in the 6th District of Tennessee?
I think it would have a significant impact, Congressman. I think in many American states that are more rural, you have a lot more workers who earn lower wages in the labor market. And if you're talking about doubling the minimum wage in those states or more than doubling it, you're talking about a policy that's going to affect directly, 1/3, kind of pushing up to the really middle of the wage distribution workers in that state, and that's just going to make it a lot harder for them to find jobs.
Thank you, and I see my time has expired, Madam Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for joining us here today. We have been living with this pandemic and the disparities that it has laid bare for nearly a year, and yet we have consistently fallen short of fully delivering relief that meets the scale and scope of people's hurt. These hearings are a critically important reminder that our work is not done. The stock market may have recovered, but our communities have not. My colleague across the aisle said this feels like a show. Well, in this show, we are centering the American people. And it's important that we never lose sight of the plot. And the plot is the people. The inherent and longstanding disparities in our public health and economic systems, coupled with the slow and inequitable rollout of vaccination efforts across this country, mean that our hardest hit communities, Black, Brown, Indigenous, will continue to shoulder the burden of the pandemic and will be the last to recover, if at all. In fact, a CBO report projects that while the economy may rebound, in the next year it will take until 2024 for employment to return to pre-pandemic levels. Mr. Spriggs, for those who look to conflate the two, can you please explain the consequences of an economic recovery without a labor recovery?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We've had this problem in our economy for the last several recoveries where we have the economy rebound much quicker than the labor market. So we have to pay attention to that. So when we look at things like unemployment assistance and people projecting when they think the economy will recover versus when the labor market will recover, we have to have our ears open, because in September, it isn't clear that the labor market will improve. It is hopeful that because of the vaccination, our economy will be much closer to normal operation, but workers will still find it very difficult to reconnect. And the additional support in their unemployment checks will still be necessary. And so we can't do what we did in the past, which is have everyone declare victory because the stock market is up or because the unemployment rate nationally is 5% or 4.5%.
Thank
That's
you.
not room for celebration everywhere.
Thank you. And we know that women of color accounted for all jobs reported lost in December. So what does the slow labor recovery mean for them specifically?
This is why we need to act now, because scoring takes place when you are unemployed for more than 6 months it becomes increasingly difficult for you to find a job. If we let you become homeless, then it becomes impossible. And so we can't let this scarring take place. We need to get the labor market back as quickly as we can, and a robust labor market, which is why we must raise the minimum wage, because it is specifically Black women who would be left behind if we continue on the path we are, where most Americans are on their way to a $15 minimum wage. It is disproportionately Black women who are not, and we need robust wage growth so that we can have sustained growth, and so that these kind of recovery efforts won't be as expensive to the government and our economy won't be as fragile.
And so, thank you. And so, to that end, since Black women are disproportionately bearing the brunt of this hurt, and that certainly is true when it comes to housing. There's an ACLU analysis of national eviction data. Black women were filed against for eviction at double the rate of white renters, and were more likely to be denied housing because of it. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, the report found that during the first month of the pandemic, 78% of all evictions in Boston were filed in communities of color. So that is why I'm partnering with Representatives Tlaib, Ocasio-Cortez, and Neguse to introduce the Emergency Homelessness Assistance Act to provide nearly $5 billion in additional funding to support those experiencing homelessness. It's responsive to the needs of the community and the hurt that people are experiencing. This funding includes support for additional vouchers and the acquisition and development of non-congregant shelter. Mr. Anthony, many cities have looked to purchase and convert hotels and motels into shelter spaces. Why is it critical to give cities and local providers the flexibility to make these long-term investments?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. And you know very well, being a former city council member in Boston, the challenges that local governments are facing. We need that flexibility. We need the resources first and the flexibility to create solutions that will address our local needs, specifically to the cities. And we thank you for your support on that.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate your recalling us back in here a month into Congress. Some of our colleagues here are in a big hurry to spend more taxpayer dollars and enact a liberal wish list. And just a few months ago, we were sitting here in this committee, and committee Democrats on this committee referred to that liberal spending wish list is Washington gamesmanship, party politics. One member described it as a waste of time, but here we are. That's not what Wisconsin wants. It's not what the country wants. People in Wisconsin, people across the country, we want to get back to work. We want our way of life back. We want to get back to work. Let's talk about where we are today. Congress and President Trump have already provided $4 trillion in coronavirus relief, including $915 billion that was authorized less than 6 weeks ago. And I know that's what Joe Biden calls a down payment. But by the latest estimates, almost $1 trillion of that's been allocated has not yet been spent. And so let's conceptualize what this means. We've already provided $12,000 for every single person in the United States. That's $48,000 for a family of four. You could buy a new Cadillac car with that kind of money. And about a third of it, this is what's important, about a third of it, nearly $4,000 per person, hasn't even been spent. And so now my colleagues want to move forward and spend another $1.9 trillion rammed through on a party line vote. That's another $5,700 per person. And a big portion of these funds would be earmarked for projects like bailing out states like Illinois, that have been fiscally irresponsible for years. The Illinois pension fund system is absolutely out of control. Meanwhile, in my home state of Wisconsin, as in many other states, tax collections turned out to be better than expected. The Wisconsin Department of Administration just a few days ago reported that, quote, our state's fiscal condition has remained remarkably resilient, end quote, pointing out the continued tax revenue growth in states like Illinois. Why should Wisconsin have to bail out states like Illinois? They should not. But wait, there's more. My colleagues also want to use this package to push through a whole host of job-killing measures. Killing a Keystone Pipeline and private sector infrastructure is not enough, and I appreciate Dr. Strain, you discussing some of these policies here today. We're living in a time when far too many workers and small businesses have shut their doors and workers are out of work. 61% of adults in the United States are currently in the labor force. We haven't seen labor force rates at this level consistently since the Carter administration. We want to get people back to work. Now is not the time for job-killing ideas. It's time to slow down the spending spree. Focus, focus, focus. Focus on what's important. Focus on getting vaccines to everyone who wants one. Focus on getting kids back in the classroom. Focus on reopening the economy safely and responsibly. And the spending spree that we're discussing here today does not do that. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the witnesses as well for your attendance and your testimony. Mr. Spriggs and Mr. Anthony, in my area, we have, and I think in most cities around the country, we have a real mix of small landlords, and then we have some major housing developers as well. Frankly, I've been surprised at the willingness of a lot of landlords, big and small, to exercise forbearance with their tenants. That's just what I'm seeing in my community. Some of my big landlords have come out ahead of Congress, ahead of the CDC, to say, you know what, we're not going to evict anyone. We're gonna work with you. And yet at the same time, those big landlords now are saying, look, we have a large number of workers that maintain, electricians, plumbers, laborers, carpenters, that they've kept on the payroll to make sure that the quality of life in those big developments is maintained. And again, I've got smaller landlords that are really, because they only have 1 or 2 rental units, they're really hard pressed. So Mr. Spriggs and Mr. Anthony, could you talk about what you're seeing and what you're hearing from your positions, and what you might recommend in terms of providing relief to those small landlords, and also the larger responsible landlords that have been trying to do the right thing?
Yes, I'll go first, Congressman, and thank you for the question. This is why rent assistance is necessary. It's the best way to help out the landlords, and it's in many ways the fairest way to help out the landlords. If you put small landlords in the awkward position of having to demand arrears all at once, it's going to be a very difficult situation. Eviction is uncomfortable for many small landlords. That's why I think it's the most prudent and effective way to do it through rental assistance.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony?
Yeah, I'll just quickly add that, thanks, Congressman. We're looking at a $7 billion backlog of landlord rent on properties that they own. And I think that we need to have some assistance there. And local governments are coming up with programs, rental assistance programs, to stop those eviction. And the real impact is not happening on the wealthy. You're finding a lot of us that are blessed are moving to rural communities and buying new properties. But those that are poor, they can't leave. And they are stuck with the bill of owning these properties and having to pay full rent.
Ms. Murguía, would you like to add anything to that, please?
I would. Thank you, Congressman. I think just building on the previous comments, we are finding that, certainly within communities of color, Black and Hispanic landlords are actually more likely to work with tenants to keep them in their homes. But yes, they are facing great financial struggles too because of the pandemic. And, we do find that these smaller landlords, especially those paying off a mortgage, face some of those challenges that we're hearing about small businesses and cash-strapped small businesses there's not enough money in their pockets at the end of the day. And so that is why we think one other opportunity there is for the federal government to partner with community-based lenders, including CDFIs, community development financial institutions, to perhaps deploy short-term aid or low-interest financing to help struggling landlords with fewer assets and remain solvent through this pandemic. Of course, nothing will help more than just making sure we're able to get direct assistance and funding into the hands of those renters. And we do know that our Latino renters in particular use their any payments that they're getting to pay for basic needs like rent. So I appreciate your question and the comments of my colleagues.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I just want to thank you. I know you've been focused on this issue like a laser. You know, I do want to say about some of my Republican colleagues, you know, I love you, but I can tell by the way you talk about this, you have never stood in an unemployment line, you know, and I have been an iron worker for 20 years, and, you know, you're constantly working yourself out of a job. You know, I think you might have a different perspective if you had actually stood in an unemployment line. You know, the fact that you got a check for $1,000 5 months ago really doesn't amount to much. So with that, I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so very much. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing that's going to solve the problem we're currently in is to reopen the economy as fast and as safe as possible. It seems today we're talking about 3 different buckets of spending. One is the easier to reopen bucket, and that is the bucket that I believe that we should be focusing most of our time and effort on. The second bucket is the easier to stay closed bucket. And while that bucket was appropriate in March of last year, when we had our 15 days to slow the spread, 300 plus days later, it is no longer the best use of our resources and should not be poured more money into that bucket. And then the last bucket, and I don't even really know what to call it. I guess you could call it the progressive wish list of policies that have no chance of becoming law outside of a global pandemic. You can call it the let no crisis go to waste bucket. And, you know, let's start there. I've heard proposed that we're going to cancel $1.7 trillion in student loan debts. That has nothing to do with COVID. You've got granting amnesty to 20 million illegal immigrants. I want to fix immigration. I think that is something that we should do this Congress. But the idea that we would do it through budget reconciliation is just irresponsible. It's not going to happen. And that's really not part of COVID relief conversations that are very important, and we should be spending our time talking about policies that will actually help. A $15 minimum wage, I can tell you what that will do to my business in Greenville, South Carolina, and the other small businesses in Greenville and Spartanburg, South Carolina. That makes a lot of sense in New York City and in Chicago, but it will severely impede our ability to not only successfully overcome COVID, but to even survive as a small business in my district. So a $15 minimum wage just doesn't make sense all across the country. Now, again, that's not a conversation that I'm unopposed to having, but one size does not fit all. The second bucket, let's go back, the easier to stay closed bucket. You've got state and local bailouts. Any money spent with state and local governments should be focused on reopening the economy safely and quickly. Bailing out unfunded pension liabilities and poor fiscal policy for the last decade is just not an appropriate use of federal tax dollars for COVID relief. Then you got stimulus checks for people that make 6 figures or more that have had no income disruption. That is not appropriate. And unemployment benefits that disincentivize returning to work, also not helpful. We need to spend all of our time and resources on the first bucket. How do we make it easier to reopen? Vaccines is clearly the #1 issue there. Anyone that wants a shot should be able to get it as quickly as possible. That will allow all of our economy to reopen and we can get past the pandemic. Schools is another very important. Even if we reopen the economy, if our schools are not reopened, parents are not going to be able to go to work because they have to keep their kids at home. We need to give the schools the resources necessary to reopen. That's additional PPE. That is additional testing. Whatever the schools need to reopen, that's what we need to be spending our time and resources on. Last, but certainly not least, we need to address businesses that have been disproportionately affected by COVID, and that's tourism, hotels, restaurants. We've done that. We've already spent $3.5 trillion. We can have a conversation about more depending on how long it takes for the vaccine to be fully distributed. But we just need to spend all of our time how we're going to make it easier to reopen the economy. We're going to have $30 trillion of debt within the next year or two. I mean, probably in the next month or two, if this passes. So the global economy, the global community is not going to let us borrow 40, 50, 60 trillion dollars. The only way we're getting away with it right now is because the dollar is the global currency, and we're able to spend beyond our means. But the global community will find an alternative currency eventually. And if our debt is called, if we lose the global currency, our entire economy is going to fall apart. So again, we must reopen safe and as fast as possible, and that's where we should be spending our time and resources. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Look, I think the biggest job killer right now in our country and around the world is COVID. So let's just be very clear. That is the job killer in our country, and that's what we need to truly address right now. To pretend that it doesn't even exist, to talk about these different kinds of economies that are not connected to the fact that we need to protect our public health. Madam Chair, I don't know if you realize this, but the United States is on a course of losing about 500,000 people by February 20th. That's how many? 500,000 lives lost because the incompetence of this past administration. Just in my home state of Michigan, we have lost nearly 16,000 of our neighbors. For comparison, the entirety of Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, and Japan combined, there has been less than 7,000 deaths. Think about that for one moment. It did not have to be this way. The stock market might have bounced back, but everyday Americans, our neighbors, our communities, like my residents, are suffering. The measure of our nation's greatness should not be the gains of Wall Street. It should be in how our most vulnerable are taken care of. Since the beginning of the pandemic last March, we have sent one $1,200 check, another $600 check, a total of $1,800 to our neighbors. That's an average of $163 per month. That is absolutely shameful. It is the reason why our food bank lines are growing longer in my district, and people are falling behind on their rent and losing their homes. I've been calling for a $2,000 reoccurring monthly direct payments since the start of the pandemic. And Mr. Spriggs, I want to know, if we fail to provide sufficient economic support to the most vulnerable among us in the coming months, what will be the impact on our economy and by extension on everyday people?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We are in the situation we're in because of our high level of inequality. The size of these packages is an indication of what it takes to actually fill the gap, because people at the bottom of our income distribution don't have enough money. We will scar them and scar our economy. It will be harder to reconnect them when we have the virus under control and employers go to look for these workers. It will be harder to find them because they will have lost homes, they will have lost contact with the labor market. We have to keep households engaged and as intact as possible so that when the economy does recover, people are spending their money on growth and not on paying back debts. So the importance here is keeping the scarring from this from being not just the physical, not just the mental, not just the spiritual, but we don't want economic scarring.
Absolutely. The vaccine can't fix the problem of our savings accounts, right? It can probably give us healthy, but again, how does that extend to the fact that this economic downfall is happening in our families is going to be something that is going to be hard to address if we don't do something now. I represent the third poorest congressional district. The majority of my neighbors have been living check by check prior to this pandemic. So just imagine now this layer of issues. I also want to, push back against the deficit hawks and Republicans who worry more about the budget than getting Americans money so that they can keep food on their table and roof over their head. They had no issue with granting corporations and the wealthiest of Americans hundreds of billions of dollars worth of tax cuts, yet they speak out now when we need to help everyday Americans. This is their money that they're asking for, and they're saying this is the time for government to be about people and to help them. So Dr. Strain, do you agree that those billions of dollars of lost tax revenue could have funded greater financial relief to our Americans right now?
Well, we saw many corporations didn't have the liquidity they should have had because after we gave the corporations the tax cut, they found themselves fragile going into this pandemic. They required government assistance as well. So those tax cuts didn't build up the reservoir that we were told would be there and make those corporations much more resilient. If those corporations with their billions weren't more resilient, then what can we say of these households living paycheck to paycheck?
Thank you. I know my time is up. I apologize. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Taylor, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate this. Appreciate being in this hearing. Mr. Anthony, I want to sort of talk to you a little bit about municipal finance, running local governments. I'm very blessed to represent Collin County, Texas, and we have some very successful cities, and our county is very well run. We have some of the safest streets, some of the best schools. I think it's a testament to the people in our community who consistently elect competent leaders who then in turn run fiscally conservative cities, counties, school districts. And as such, not only are our taxes low, but we keep decent reserves in our local governments. And so when COVID-19 came, we watched a modest drop in municipal revenues, and the CARES dollars that went to the Collin County government, actually, which is Collin County has about 1 million people, so it got us a direct CARES dollar contribution. That money was then distributed to the cities, and the cities actually went ahead and distributed that to the citizens. So I've heard a lot of talk here today about rental assistance. Rental assistance actually came from the cities to the citizens, right? So no need for federal, because the cities and the county could actually go ahead. They were in good fiscal shape. They were well run fiscally. They could actually go ahead and help their citizens. And I remember visiting the Allen area food bank, which is it's a food pantry in Allen, Texas, and they had gotten a $10 million grant from Collin County. The county government gave them $10 million to help feed people. But that was possible because the county was well run. It had the resources. It had gas in the tank. And so as we talk about CARES dollars, more CARES dollars going to cities, what I'm kind of concerned about is that my cities and my county have been well run. And I'm worried that you're talking about taking money from my voters and giving it to other places that were not well run, because those are the ones where taxes were high, and so they're more likely to have a revenues drop off very quickly, and where they didn't have money in the bank, and they were unable to handle the problem in front of them. And so how would you tell me, how should we think about this to be sure that we're fair to people that did a good job, that had money in the bank, that were well run, Mr. Anthony? What would you, how should we think about this problem?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman Taylor, for that question. I think I start from a place of assumption that municipal leaders are responsible, that they in fact have to balance their budget based upon the tax base that they have. And perhaps in your county region, there is a very diverse, and perhaps the wealth of that county may be a little different than some other counties and cities. So my assumption is that, again, local governments do manage their budgets. The other thing I'll say is that your description of how the CARES Act dollars came into the state, into the county, and then in fact shared with the city is a story that we want to happen all over America, but it has not happened that way all over America. And in fact, the fact that your county was able to get the CARES Act dollars and then then provide them to the nonprofits is the way we want it to happen. The fact that the thing that we want to stop is having to argue with counties and states to get the money. We think that your mayors in your county, in your district, should get direct dollars. So I commend your county leaders and say that all of our leaders attempt to be good stewards of dollars.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. And obviously, I feel very fortunate. I'm very proud of the leaders in my community, and it is a team effort to build Collin County into a really, really terrific county. And it has been humbling, to say the least, to watch the struggles, and they're very real, very personal struggles that individuals in my county have confronted. You know, the single working mom that just lost her job that's trying to find toilet paper, and getting that phone call. It's a very hard, very humbling phone calls that we've had as leaders, but I'm proud of what we've been able to do to step up, and I appreciate your thoughts on this subject. Yield back.
And I'm proud of you as well.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for convening this hearing today. And to our witnesses, I want to thank you as well for sharing your perspectives. Mr. Anthony, let me take a moment to ask you some questions about housing insecurity, which has been worsened by this pandemic. According to the Census Household Pulse Survey, we know that an estimated 15.1 million adults living in rental housing, 1 in 5 adult renters were not caught up on their rent, according to the data collected in January. But let me just skip over and talk about a little problem that's going on in my district. In Charlotte-Mecklenburg, we're seeing the impacts of the pandemic-fueled housing insecurity. The fact that it's played out before our very eyes. We have a large and growing homelessness situation. Our community calls that largest settlement the tent city. Tragically, each and every day, more and more tents join that community. These people are actually living on the street because the pandemic does not allow the social distancing in these centers. They have needs that vary from basic health care, mental health services, job training, hunger, clothing, etc. So in addition to the recent $25 billion in emergency rental assistance, what more should Congress do to provide the funding solutions and support to our cities and counties in addressing the ever-growing homeless problem? And does the pandemic give us an opportunity to tap into new and innovative solutions?
Thank you, Congresswoman Adams. You know, I know your Mayor Bilaus, and I've worked with the county as well to address the issues and questions about home housing instability. And we all know that you know, having a roof over your head is one of the things that create a feeling of safety, a quality of health, and wealth. And what we're seeing and hoping is that there could be dollars in the rental assistance and housing stability programs to help residents to get a roof over their head and to get some security. So what we would want is some dollars, again, going directly to those counties and cities who can actually create programs in partnership with neighborhood associations.
Well, thank you for your comments. Mr. Johnson, when Congress created the Paycheck Protection Program and the CARES Act, we found through various studies, particularly the Brookings Institute, that businesses in majority Black neighborhoods receive PPP loans less frequently. They waited longer for their loans, and they were more likely to apply through fintechs or online lending platforms, which frequently carry less favorable interest terms. So how can we ensure that minority communities have adequate and equitable access to programs like PPP, and that they are not victims of disparate treatment by financial institutions in carrying out these programs?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. First, with the current consideration, there's a requirement for small business owners, if they want to go in for a second PPP, they have to demonstrate that they had a loss of upwards of 25% in 1 quarter of last year. For many small businesses, particularly African-American businesses, if they had a 25% loss last year, they're no longer in business. So that should be addressed in this upcoming bill. Secondly, you have to ensure that the lending institutions that are closer to those businesses have access and preference for those small businesses, whether it's CDFIs, local credit unions, and others that's closer to the ground, and particularly Black banks, because many of those institutions are the lenders for African-American small businesses.
Well, thank you for that. I just want to add one thing. As I talked to some of the banks and some of the individuals who were trying to get these loans, many of the banks are just providing information to their customers. And some of these small businesses were unbanked and so forth. So that continues, I guess, to be a problem. Hopefully we can figure that out. But thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin, is recognized for 5 minutes, and I'm going to turn the gavel over to Mr. Perlmutter, as I must leave to attend to other business at this point. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Thank you to Ranking Member McHenry as well. I represent the 1st Congressional District of New York, which is located on the east end of Long Island in Suffolk County. Long Island was hit very hard by COVID-19 from the earliest stages of the outbreak here in our country. And the local governments in my district all stepped up to the plate in a very big way to provide critical services when my constituents needed it the most. In light of historic budgetary shortfalls caused by this ongoing outbreak, our local governments have been struggling to recover fiscally. Additional relief from Congress is likely coming, but it cannot be an across-the-board free-for-all. Additionally, the state and local government relief being discussed should not be a bailout of budgeting failures unrelated to the pandemic. Democrat leadership has decided to try to push forward a $1.9 trillion COVID-19 relief package through the budget reconciliation process, ignoring that the federal government just passed another massive coronavirus recovery bill just a few weeks ago. Our country cannot afford a partisan approach to COVID-19 relief like the Democrat flawed HEROES Act from last Congress. We must target our relief to where it can pack the greatest punch. Congress provided support for state and local governments in the CARES Act, but limited the support for local governments with more than 500,000 in population. I did not agree with that population limit, which is why I have worked across the aisle with my New York colleague, Congressman Antonio Delgado, to reintroduce H.R. 199, the Direct Support for Communities Act. This would drive support to the most local of levels, our counties, towns, cities, villages, without that population threshold, and driving it to those who desperately need the assistance. Dr. Strain, in a recent AEI blog posted on January 26th, you stated, quote, "The best thing that Biden is proposing is the federal grants to state and local governments, which are providers of essential services and major employers. The decrease in tax revenue caused by the pandemic left these governments with no choice but to lay off workers, especially since Congress failed to provide funding for states and localities in the previous relief packages," end quote. It's clear that the fiscal solvency of all levels of government is important for economic recovery. Can you elaborate on the importance of the health of all levels of government as we talk about the health and growth of the overall U.S. economy?
Yes, Congressman, thank you for the question. Right now, state and local employment levels are about 1.4 million below where they were prior to the pandemic. So that there are about 1.4 million fewer jobs in state and local governments than there were in February of 2020. That includes about 600,000 fewer education sector workers. And so if we want the overall economy to recover, if we want the national labor market to heal, and if we want there to be enough personnel in schools for schools to reopen, I think it really is critical that Congress replace the pandemic-related revenue losses that have been experienced by states and localities, if for no other reason than to support the national economic recovery?
Yeah, I am a member who supports additional funding for state and local governments, but I would not want it to be a one-size-fits-all approach. I would not want us to be inefficient with it. I believe that it's important as stewards of tax dollars to ensure that it's not just going to state governments or the largest cities, but it's going to some of the local governments that have been on the front lines of responding to this pandemic. I have towns that had balanced budgets. They had AAA bond ratings. They were doing a really good job with their finances, and then they got hit hard by this pandemic. In New York State, we have unique issues where the state had a deficit before we got hit, and it was exacerbated. New York City has financial issues, correct, but it got exacerbated by this pandemic. Plus, it's also important that our nation's largest mass transit system, the MTA, as well as the Port Authority and some of these others are being heard and that we're being responsive. But we have to be smart in how we do it. That's extremely important. And that's our responsibility working together on both sides of the aisle. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Another gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. We often speak of a single American economy, but in truth, there is no single economy in America. The economic reality for Americans varies widely, depending on your zip code and often depending on the color of your skin. Take as an example in New York City, in the South Bronx and West Farms, the unemployment rate is 25%, depression level unemployment. Right across the river in the Upper East Side, the unemployment rate is 5%. New York City, much like America itself, is a tale of two economies. And so my first question is, what are your thoughts on how to best confront the crisis of depression-level unemployment in communities of color in places like the South Bronx? And I'll start with Mr. Spriggs.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. It's to recognize these disparities. When you hear folks say that, oh, if you add more money to unemployment benefits, then this would discourage work. It doesn't discourage those workers who live in the South Bronx. They are living in absolute fear because they don't know when they will get their next job. The data are clear. They will suffer long-term unemployment. They may well run out of unemployment benefits. So if you design unemployment and ignore these realities, if you ignore the reality that those workers have no savings, they truly live paycheck to paycheck. Missing one paycheck means they are in debt. This $600, $400, whatever we add to the unemployment check is vital for them. So it's important that we not model on who's not unemployed and understand in this downturn specifically, it's a clear set of workers who are unemployed, who have severe challenges. And we can't legislate based on somebody's notion of what those workers look like. When we added the extra money to the unemployment check, everybody howled, workers won't return to work. The evidence was absolutely clear. Workers returned to work. That was not a discouragement for people to get back to work because real people who live in those communities know you need a job. An unemployment check is not a job. And in the face of this downturn, it is not a discouragement for them.
I have a question about state and local aid. State and local governments, largely through no fault of their own, have seen a catastrophic loss of revenue, right, caused by an economic crisis, the likes of which we have not seen in a century. New York City has a $4 billion deficit over the next year. New York State has a cumulative deficit of $60 billion over the next 4 years. State and local aid matters not only to state and local governments, it matters to the larger ecosystem of community-based organizations that depend on the stability of local and state government. These are community-based organizations that often heavily employ people of color, heavily serve communities of color. One example that comes to mind in my district is Acacia Network, employs thousands of people, more than 85% of its essential workforce, are people of color, and will depend heavily on local and state aid. So when it comes to local and state aid, can you share with the committee your thoughts on what is at stake for communities of color and the ecosystem that heavily serves and employs them? And this question is for Mr. Anthony, Mr. Johnson, and the head of Unidos.
Be happy to take the first stab at that. Thank you, Congressman. It's a great question. We've been talking about there is an ecosystem at the state and local level, particularly at the local level. And yes, it's state and local governments, but it's these community-based nonprofits that are the lifeline, safety nets for so many in our communities. These affiliate clients are low income, mostly now ravaged by the hospitality industry layoffs. They are the essential workers that we're trying to make sure we can get assistance to. But when you see funding cuts for these nonprofits, you see their safety nets shut down. These affiliates are there to provide much needed resources, oftentimes setting up food pantries and direct assistance and information. And these are trusted partners in those communities. So getting that information, whether it's about vaccines or economic assistance or again, food, they're a lifeline, they're a safety net. And we need to make sure that we're supporting state and local governments, but also, and in addition to these community-based organizations. Proud of AFL-CIO, which is an UnidosUS affiliate as well. Thank you.
Congressman, I'll add on behalf of cities all over America, if we know that if there's stress in local government and the ability to provide support for the nonprofit community, we know that the communities of color will suffer first. And so
Mr. Anthony, I don't mean to cut you off, but the gentleman's time has expired, and it's been a very long hearing for all of the witnesses, that's for sure. So, Mr. Torres, thank you for your questions. I'd now like to recognize Ms. Williams for, I see Mr. Garcia has, Ms. Williams was here. I'm going to recognize Ms. Williams from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this hearing on the critical need for additional funding to assist our families and communities that have been impacted by COVID-19. Our constituents are suffering, are in desperate need of assistance from the federal government. My colleagues across the aisle keep expressing their outrage at the fact that we're spending necessary dollars to help families impacted by a deadly pandemic, but weren't silent on the $1.9 trillion tax scam that benefited the wealthiest in the country. My question is for you, Dr. Spriggs. In your testimony, you stated that there's a misguided belief that simply reopening businesses will solve the current unemployment crisis. What will it take to actually help the economy recover and ensure that long-term unemployment is resolved?
Thank you, Congresswoman. The data is clear because we have huge variation in levels of shutdown, what has been shut down, and it's clear from the economic evidence that it's not these orders, it's the disease. People are responding to the risk, and they aren't going out because of the risk, and it's hurting the businesses because of that. So the real issue is, can we solve the disease? Can we get it under control? Can we throw everything at it that we possibly can? Simply reopening is not going to get people on airplanes. It's not going to get them into a theater. It's not going to get them to a live music venue. It's not going to get them flying to Disney.
Thank you, Dr. Spriggs. Like my colleagues, I also want to have people get back to work, and I want our economy to recover and work for the people. So Dr. Spriggs, could you tell us, in your opinion, what happens if we reopen too soon or have a patchwork of states reopening and not have a coordinated reopening?
My fear is that too often that would be accompanied by lowering our barriers on the safety issues, and we would reignite the disease. We were warned of that going into this fall. People ignored it, and now we have the disease on a path we are so uncertain of. We're hopeful that it has peaked, but it has peaked now with variants that are even more dangerous. So we can't take our eye off the ball. We must concentrate on safety first.
As we've heard, communities are still being ravaged by this pandemic. Millions of workers are struggling to find work, and countless families are facing a looming eviction crisis. There's currently an eviction moratorium in place by the CDC, halting evictions through March 31st. However, we know that several states, including my home state of Georgia, have been continuing with eviction proceedings for months. Mr. Anthony, as we work to pass the necessary proposals in President Biden's rescue plan to assist families, how can we ensure that CDC eviction moratoriums are being enforced?
Congresswoman Williams, thank you for that question. I think what we need to do is have our local leaders, our mayors, and our council members to be able to work with the local legal center and to make sure that the rights of those are not taken for granted. And I think that local leaders are committed to that by the programs that they've created. And the mayors, again, in your region are models for that. Atlanta and other mayors are doing an amazing job in trying to make sure that evictions do not occur without some place for people to live.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. As we work towards slowing the spread of COVID-19 and ensuring that the majority of the country is vaccinated, we must continue to provide emergency funding to help families and communities recover. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back her time. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all the witnesses. And I want to thank Chairwoman Waters and the ranking member for holding this hearing. This Congress has got to deliver more relief, and we've got to do it fast. And I applaud our witnesses for joining us today to talk about how our communities across the country are experiencing this pandemic. I'd like to ask a question regarding housing of Ms. Murguía. Thank you for joining us today. As you know, I represent a working class Latino district, and communities like mine have been hit especially hard. Essential workers in my neighborhood worry about getting their family sick when they come home from work. Especially in times like this when money's tight, intergenerational living puts entire families at risk. And the report came out last month saying that 1/4 of Latinos in Illinois think they will miss their next rent payment. Families are worried about losing their homes. Can you talk a little bit about why it's so important to keep families in their homes and tools like rental assistance and counseling that can help do that?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. Thanks for your leadership on so many issues, but particularly this one, I know we've worked on the impact of systemic inequalities and how that has impacted communities of color in terms of our Latino community. And we're seeing that in healthcare, but of course now economically through the pandemic and in housing in particular. And it's been devastating. Our Latino workers are the essential workers, and they're being crushed right now by this pandemic. And I would just say it's absolutely essential for us to up the housing counseling assistance funding right now. The housing counseling program gives that early intervention that really does empower renters and homeowners to stay in their homes. And this support is also accessible to mixed status families who have been cruelly left out of federal assistance. So we do know that there's a high success rate as well in terms of when families and individuals are able to get that counseling, it's 3 times more likely to allow them to stay in their homes. So we do understand that that helps us prevent homelessness and eviction by helping these renters locate, secure, and retain affordable rental housing or stay in their homes. So housing counseling improves outcomes, and that helps create stability for these families and in our economy. So it's so important. And what we have found, and as you know, in Illinois, affiliates, UnidosUS affiliates like the Resurrection Project, have the trust of communities, they have the cultural competency, and are able to provide the linguistic support to be able to effectively connect with these families. That's going to be true for housing. It's also going to be true for vaccines, which we know have to be more equitable in terms of their distribution. and to gain the confidence for our community to do that. So across the board, we know that this nonprofit network, the community-based networks become key. UnidosUS has the largest Latino housing counseling network in the country, and it's proven to be very effective, but we need to grow that footprint and its impact with more funding. Thank you, Congressman, for your leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Murguía. And as a former housing counselor, I couldn't agree with you more. On the special drawing rights, I'd like to ask Dr. Spriggs, whether it's the virus or the economy, we talk a lot about how we're all in this together. But if we don't keep people safe, we'll keep spreading the virus. And if we don't get money into people's pockets, we won't see economic growth. But that's true on a global scale too. Like many others in my neighborhood, I moved to this country from Mexico. It matters to me and my community that Mexico is able to fight the virus effectively. And of course, it matters to us here in the US and that the global economy recovers. The AFL-CIO is a major proponent of the IMS issuing special drawing rights. Could you talk a little bit about what those are and why a large issuance is so important? You've got about 33 seconds.
Thank you so much for the question and your leadership on banking issues. Yes, it's vital that governments not face fiscal constraints when it comes to them responding on the global scale. And that's why we want these special drawing rights. It's not a time right now for finger pointing and arguing about which countries we think will profligate or anything like that. It's time to let them be unfettered and responding. And we don't want them to go into early austerity. We don't want them to start cutting their budgets and cutting their services because that will hurt the rate of recovery for the global economy. And they're all going to turn to wanting to export to the United States as their number one answer if we force them into austerity.
Thank you, Dr. Spriggs. The gentleman's time has expired, and now we will recognize Mr. Auchincloss from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. Our nation's response to this pandemic has revealed significant gaps in our domestic ability to rapidly deploy key medical equipment and supplies in the face of ever-changing requirements. The Biden administration has taken action since day one to accelerate vaccine deployment, in part by invoking the DPA. But the reality is that it'll be a while before we have the supply to meet the need. In Massachusetts, we have the personnel and equipment needed to distribute vaccines. We just don't have the vaccines themselves in sufficient supply. My question is for Mr. Anthony. We know that the Defense Production Act could be invoked to provide PPE like N95 masks, gloves, and gowns. These are in short supply, and we must ramp up their production for states and local governments. As we begin to implement our mass vaccination campaign, it appears that the supply of the vaccine components will be the limiting factor. How can the DPA be used to address this bottleneck for states and local governments? How can we use the DPA to actually expand the supply of vaccinations themselves?
Well, I think that one of the things that most citizens have an assumption on, Congressman, is that most cities have access to the distribution and supply of vaccines. And in fact, probably 90% of cities do not. It's a state and county level process. What we are hoping is that you will partner with those cities, those neighborhoods, those churches, and those places in the community so that we can get the vaccine in the arms of people very quickly, especially people of color. In my state of Florida, where I grew up, they are in fact using one of the high class, I would say, grocery store chains to get access. And it is not working because those citizens don't have access. So local government is the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony, and I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Auchincloss. And I don't think we have any more members. To our panelists who've shown incredible stamina, thank you all very much. I'd like to thank you all for your testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you can. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. Again, thank you all very much for your diligence, your stamina, and your testimony today. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.